said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live once again with Compass Winter 2025. I'm joined by Zerfer, who's a little bit off to the side, which I'm not sure why, because he does have a chair that, in fact, rolls. But Zerfer, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. Yeah, I mean, it's just a perfect story. You know, this was a little bit rushed, as it was a last minute standing to get on here. So, you know, I didn't get time to prepare the wet hair, everything. Yeah, it's been a hectic start to the morning, definitely. But yeah, I'm excited to be back on Compass.
It's okay, Zerfer. I'm perfectly fine with having you wet on a morning broadcast, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. It's about Copenhagen Wolves and Force Reload, which is going to be the first matchup of the day. It's the teams that have a 2-1 record. Team that wins, straight to the playoffs. We're not too far away from them. And the team that loses, they still get to battle it out, but I mean, I don't envy anybody that has to go into the 2-2 bracket.
Yeah, no, definitely not. You know, the 2-2 bracket, just in a Swiss system, it's rough. It really is. And you know, you don't want to leave it down to like the very last day as well, where it's all right, we've been so close to actually maybe even getting to the playoffs. You know, we've had a taste of it. We could have got there from the 2-1, and then you kind of bow out in the 2-2 as well. It's just it is kind of a little bit of a stinger, but you definitely don't want to go there, and both of these teams don't want to be dropping down there. And I think, in all honesty, both of these teams definitely do have a chance. Copenhagen Wolves, you know, have been very impressive. I've got the chance to watch these guys quite a bit over the recent weeks and the recent months since the start of the season. Currently on a 3-win streak as well. And I think ever since they kind of got this roster in, Andu has kind of reached new heights. You know, you can see it there on his rating. Of course, he learned a lot from his experience and his time in Gamer Legion, you know, taking that step back then into, you know, a lesser team. He's brought it all full circle, which is always great to see.
And as much as I'd love to have the laser vision onto Andu, who is, you know, one of the biggest prospects in the scene, I do also want to talk about Jaquinho and Delaney. You know, right now I feel like they're going to have the responsibility to be the pieces that have come in and be as strong as possible, make Copenhagen Wolves look good on the server. And so far, I feel like they've done a fantastic job. Copenhagen Wolves, they've been lights out for the games that they've been playing. However, I will say that it's hard to see whether or not they've hit the road running exactly, because of the fact that they haven't exactly been competing with the top echelons of CS. Now, the quality of opponent, you know, it's never really been around that top 30 mark. I think some of the stronger teams that they've gotten a chance to play against have been, you know, the likes of Astralis Talent, Sinners. You can throw a 9 Pandas in there, and their performance was quite good. But realistically speaking, we still need to see them compete against the tippity top if they want to be big contenders. But they're already cementing their name in the tier 2 and 2.5 scene, so I do have to give them credit for that. We've got the map pool on your screens now as well, but you know, this is this isn't really much of a surprise for Copenhagen Wolves. Outside of Train, they've been playing everything, and the reason I want to point this out is because you can't really say the same about their opposition, which we're going to get to in a moment, huh, Zerfer?
Yeah, I mean, Copenhagen Wolves, yeah, train is just a no-go for them, but, you know, it's going to be an interesting veto. I'll leave it at that for the moment. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we do get down to it. This Forza Reload side, you know, I haven't really actually watched them all that much. I actually got to catch a glimpse of them in the Compass, but unfortunately for them, it was one of the games that they just had a pretty poor showing in, and that was the most recent one that they had against Cybershock, where, in all honesty, for us, they just got absolutely dominated, man. Like, it was not close whatsoever. Very, very quick. And then, you know, you got some decent results against Sashi, against Eclat, and you were probably thinking, all right, this Forza Reload team, it's got a bit of weight behind it. You know, they could definitely pack a punch against, like, you know, the top tier teams in this event, and then all of a sudden they just go a little bit flat, and I'm hoping that they can bounce back from it. But against Copenhagen Wolves, I think, in all honesty, they're a tough, formidable opponent.
I'm not really sure how much I agree with that. I just feel like Forza Reload, you know, they've looked a little shaky for me personally. They had a couple of moments where, you know, they had a good game against Sashi. They had a game against Eclat where they performed quite well. And listen, I do not want to take that away from them by any stretch of the imagination, right? However, I just didn't feel like those wins are everything under the sun, right? They beat a Sashi that wasn't exactly in the best of their forms, and although they did have a really good performance against Eclat, when I actually got to see them, like, with my own eyes against Cybershock, they looked all over the place. Now, I will say that it's a bit unfair to make that comparison because, you know, Cybershock is just a much more highly rated team, so, you know, I don't want to take all that credit away from them just yet, but they are still going to be in for a treat. I feel like this is going to be a difficult game, and for them, I suppose it's also a chance to potentially prove their worth even more. You know, they get a win against Copenhagen Wolves. Suddenly, the team that isn't exactly all that high up in the rankings gets a chance to claw a couple of eyeballs out. I'm all here for it. That being said, though, we were talking about the veto a little bit earlier, and we are finally going to get to witness it. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves, for anybody that's been following them, they have a pretty wide map pool, and you can't really say the same for Forza Reload.
Yeah, you can't. You know, there's a couple of maps that they, you know, Paz is one of them, Dust 2 is another, and then Nuke is probably a third that you're looking at and saying, okay, it could be any of those three, but, you know, the other four, man, I have no idea. And they're already going to get a decision, and that decision has been made quite quickly, and it's to remove that Inferno, which is a little bit surprising. I thought they might lean on an Anubis ban, which kind of leaves it wide open for Copenhagen Wolves to just pick into it. But they actually don't whatsoever, which is surprising to say the least too. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves, they had a clear punishment pick. Forza Reload have not played that much Anubis. They've not played any Anubis on HLTV, and they decide not to risk it there. They'll float it, leave it open for a third, and we're going to get an Ancient Decider. So that's kind of thrown me off a little bit. Copenhagen Wolves picking into that Mirage, but it could be just a mental thing as well. We're going to pick into a map that you play a lot, and we're going to beat you on it.
For sure, and if we are going to look at, you know, how the banning phase went, Copenhagen Wolves, it was really hard for them to step on any mines. You're playing against a team that has barely any experience on Ancient, nothing on Anubis, nothing on Inferno, Train, the full big populated bar that we saw at the start when we were discussing Forza Reload's map pool. Yeah, that was over just a one map sample size when they played Train once, so not exactly quite fleshed out as a team just yet in the map vetoes, but I do think we are going to see that change in the future. That being said, though, Zerfer, you got any predictions for me? How are we feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling pretty good for Copenhagen Wolves. I think, you know, they should be the better team here. They should be a team that kind of takes it comfortably. From what I have watched from them in this event and other events so far this season, I have been quietly impressed. Tapeware, you know, this guy, in all honesty, we're looking at, you know, his statistics, and you're probably saying, you know, it's not that great, but as an IGL, that guy can have some maps in him that he just comes out and absolutely destroys everybody. So he's probably one to watch. You know, if he's able to have at least one of those maps in there, it could be a long day for Forza Reload.
Yeah, I mean, listen, heading into this game, it's no surprise that Force Reload are the underdogs, right? And as a commentator, I would never want to be the type of person that would support the Wolves straight out of the gate. Like, it's like that would just be a horrible thing to do. But, but yeah, no hiding the fact that Copenhagen Wolves are in fact going to be heavily favored in this one. But you know what? I feel like there were moments, right? Force Reload, when they were playing against YaLLa, when they were playing against Sashi, you know, some of the notes I had down was like, damn, we've got someone like Shady who's actually performing quite well against the big teams. We've got Rexy who spent oh so long on a bench and was still fantastic. They can definitely do some damage. I just want to see whether or not that materializes on the server today, because they did look a bit shaky in their last game against Cybershock, and I just don't want that to become a trend.
Yeah, look, as I was saying, you know, we got to watch it. They were all over the place, man, and you know they didn't really get into the game at all. A Glowing, I believe, was just having an absolute stormer of a game, and they just really could not do anything. But I think that honestly could be the same story here. You know, you're talking about Shady. You know, his opposite number, Jaquinho, has made a career out of farming lesser oppers than him. So I really think that Jaquinho could just style on them. You know, it seems like he's kind of coming back into his own. He's getting a little bit more confidence back in him as well. I think that this could be the perfect opportunity for him to just really kind of strut his stuff in the server. But yeah, I just hope that we don't see the Forza Reload versus Cybershock. I want to see a competitive game. I want to see them take Copenhagen Wolves at least to a place where they have to think about the game, not just run around, click heads, get this one over and done with quickly. And hopefully that is exactly what we're going to see. Forza Reload starting out on this T side. Copenhagen Wolves, CT, double Julies to start us off as well. I love to see it.
Straight into Nuke we go, of course. Map 1. Foes Reload are going to be the ones to want to toy around with this one. Pretty slow start, actually. Didn't expect that, you know. I've gotten a bit accustomed to very early engagements, even on Nuke, although it is a map that does give you quite a few options if you want to take things slow.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching a game yesterday and pissed around lobby crunch in South America, so I feel you. I feel you.
Uh-oh. That's already quite a bit of damage. Outside control starting to be established. Oh, Andu playing up close and personal. Could get caught out, but he does evade certain death through the smoke. Something is trying to push through. Trying to find something, but this is quickly going to get very claustrophobic for either parties. Force Reload down into Secret. Andu's missing way too many shots, and they victimize Bilani. Quick rotation from Andu. Tries to go through the single doors to beat his opponents, but it's all going to be populating the scoreboard with red on blue violence.
It really just looked there like, you know, there was a lot of chances for Andu to pick up a few kills, but he ruined too many opportunities. He's going to ruin the day that he whiffed those shots, definitely, because you've got Jaquinho now just trying to do any damage at all. And, I mean, it doesn't get any cleaner than that, right? I mean, it was so quick down towards that B bomb site. You know, a little bit of damage done to the outside player, but you'd be a fool to say that Copenhagen Wolves didn't have chances in that round to pick up that pistol. It just came down to them whiffing shots, couldn't get it done, and now they're going to pay the price. Lose that pistol round, it's going to be a full eco in the next, and then you've got a couple, and hopefully a better buy. Hopefully you've got enough to get at least a few pieces of util, a couple of premium rifles, but this should be smooth sailing. If Copenhagen Wolves can get a couple of kills, I mean, everybody's stacked towards outside. This could go nice if the wrap happens. I don't think Forza Reload are going to be risking sending it through a smoke any day now. Nice shot onto Bilani.
Just about making sure that they don't botch something that is essentially on a silver platter for them right now. Long-range engagements outside heavily favor them. Tap onto Spirit's head, and now it needs to start reclining a little bit. Something in the back lines. Ooh, he is licking his lips as he gets his MAC-10 readied up. Only a couple kills, but, you know, not the worst in the world. You pop in a little bit of money on that. It's not going to be too disappointed.
Anytime that you can earn a little bit more money, it's always a good thing for us. You know what I mean? It's just an extra few dollars in your back pocket. It's always a good sign.
Oh, wait, are we just talking about the game, or...?
I mean, in life in general, right? I mean, you know, you can
Listen,
never,
if there's a
have
guy
too much
on
money.
Listen, if there's a guy on the side of the street that says you can make a little bit of extra lunch money, don't take that offer.
Yeah, maybe not that, but yeah, it depends on the circumstances, I suppose. We won't indulge in that too much. I'm interested to see though, right? Because obviously we're yet to see the first going round. It's coming up next, but you know, we got a chance to watch Forza Reload on Nuke, and it was very kind of outside orientated. But the problem that myself and yourself did have with their outside approach was the fact that they get outside. They would take a lot of space, but they do nothing with it. It was almost like they were frozen, like stood still in time and waiting for Cybershock, who they were playing against, to react off it. I wondered if Forza Reload kind of watch back that demo, if they're still going to go for that outside approach, but if they're going to just do that little bit more, that kind of extra step to try and gain a little bit more progress as they go for that outside take.
Well, this is where they're actually going to be threatened, though, right? Weapons now coming out for Copenhagen Wolves. M4s across the board. Maybe a tad bit of lacking utility, which is a bit surprising to see that they have 0 flashbangs going into the next one. So we're not going to be seeing any early control by any stretch of the imagination. Perhaps something on outside is going to have to culminate off of the nades, but that's not even where those players are going to be playing. Just trying to play off of the aim duels. Tape war all the way in the back of the garage. Got a little crossfire set up with the HUD player. And early diagonal smokes means that Forza Reload have lots of early options. Silo being watched with a crack in the smoke. And Andu's responsibility right now is to make sure he can keep a finger on the pulse. Oh, I love this from Tape War. Plays up close and to the side. They'll go exploring in the back of the garage. And they're going to have to pay for it. Lots of damage onto Shady. And I'm not sure how Copenhagen Wolves are the ones that get away with a disadvantage there.
Yeah, Andu dies simultaneously in towards heaven, and Tapeware probably should have done a little bit better, a little bit unlucky maybe to not get the double. But you can see right now, Forza Reload, they haven't quite made up their mind what they want to do. They're now thinking about walking into main. The smokes are going to be only up for a certain amount of time. And they're waiting for maybe a reaction of the CTs. Jaquinho walking in, he might catch a wonderful timing. He spotted them both go back towards lobby. He can be calling this to Bellany, excuse me. He's already pushed deep towards door. Copenhagen Wolves, a man down, but they have every bit of information they could have asked for.
Especially if they find a kill on Shane, or anyone for that matter, they're going to start to push in, and they'll run into another clothesline that's been set up for them. So little time remaining, 20 seconds now. They're going to have to quickly put the pedal down. Jaquinho in the corner of the fake vents. Doesn't need to peek anymore. Bomb picked up. Shady has 2 duels to find, but too little HP. And that is it. Copenhagen Wolves with a round.
And coming back to the point that I made at the beginning of that round, you know, wondering what I was going to see, it is not looking good. Because it just looked like step 1, you know, you go out, you take that control, you find the kills. But when it gets to step 2 and step 3, Forza Reload, they look a little bit lost. They look a little bit disorientated. They don't know what they actually want to commit for. If they want to do something fast, they, yes, get caught on a little bit of a timing, but you know, I think they just have to play a little bit quicker in that scenario. They have to kind of commit to a decision together. They went to discover a few options, couldn't find all that much. And now you can see themselves really being punished for it here. Tapeware flashed outside. He's going to gobble up 1 kill, a second, not so much. That's a great HE though. It denies Rexy from taking that control towards Garage early. but still, Forza Reload, they are just going to be crawling outside.
Forza Reload. They have a bit of space, but they've had to sacrifice a player for that endeavor. Minute on the clock, trying to take control of the bottom bomb site, and as they start emerging, the rotations will start being called in. Bomb down with relative comfort. Definitely not going to give up a chance at a retake for sure, but can't believe Copenhagen Wolves gave them that much space.
Plenty util here, right? You can smoke double, you can smoke double door, maybe even smoke in towards single if you've got one, and just really isolate some of these duels here. This is going to be difficult to hold on to the bomb site as you swing in. Belaney's going to pick off one. Rexy goes down as well. Flash through. It's a hero attempt to save it from Shady, but it's just gone all wrong. It's all over. It's a great retake from Copenhagen Wolves, just knowing what pieces of util they have to put down to make sure that that was as comfortable as possible.
It should have never got to the point where it comes to a retake, but the fact that Copenhagen Wolves can do it in a pristine fashion with all 4 players alive is definitely a good sign. Speaking of signs, there's not much to say about dollar signs in the pockets of Forza Reload because, well, the proof is in the pudding. They'll have to sit this one out. Just have to be on a couple of pistols. Perhaps Deagles Deagles on the likes of Shady. But nothing bang on pots and pans about.
I don't think I've ever heard that saying, to bang on pots and pans about.
Oh yeah? That took you for a doozy?
Yeah. I was just kind of sitting there. I was like, yeah. Like, just making a racket, you know, just... Always just reminds me of just like a child in a movie, just like literally with like the wooden spoons and just humping on it. Yeah, that's that's a delightful image to have on a early morning.
Well, Forza Reload, not a particularly delightful round teed up for them. Ooh, not a bad shot from Spirit at all, and I was a bit hopeful, okay? I had my fingers crossed. I had my eyes dotted. 2 versus 4. And the fact that they get away with the bomb plant here is absolutely criminal with how they started.
Yeah, bomb plant is all you can really ask for in a round like this. You know, you pick up 1 kill. Yeah, I mean, a bomb plant and maybe a rifle, but Laney makes sure that the exit was never going to happen. But still, I mean, you pick up 2 kills, it's a minimal amount of damage to the CT economy, you get your own economy in a decent state, you can get Shady, you know, onto that AWP if you want to. Yeah, there is some promising signs. I believe they've opted for the 5 rifles. Something, though, kind of needs to change for Forza Reload, I would say, roundabout now. Even though it is still very close, you know, it's a 3-2 scoreline, this gun round is going to be very, very important for them to get under their belts, just to really kind of settle themselves, because when the gun rounds have started, they have been not near a round.
I will say, though, that the Wolves have also exposed some cracks in their defenses, right? The fact that Forza Reload can get away with a bomb plant in that one, they were in a 3v4 retake as well, and although, you know, the retakes have been good, the fact that they've been keeping everything clean beyond, well, at least after the point where it turns into trouble, right? That obviously exposes some opportunities that Forza Reload can exploit.
Opportunities might be given away, you have to take them though. Waiting for the smoke wall to be erected outside. Jaquinho is going to nade it open. Oh, that's a tag at least onto Spirit. That's alright. And he spotted a few more players as well. Surely might have caught a glimpse of at least another. He's definitely hearing the steps of Shady in towards Secret, so he knows that that is going to be a possibility, and the player below deck is going to be on high alert for sure. And Forza Reload now, you know, they've run out of smokes towards outside. They've got a couple. They've got Shady in towards Secret with his if they want to try and cross, but going to have to be very precise about what util they want to throw here.
Oh, good shot from Jaquinho. But Shady's going to have a response right back. I'm not sure why they're not first taking care of Jaquinho, who's in the back of Garage. Couple flashes go through. He's missing shots, but Shady is going to have to go for the full chase. Unfortunately, unable to find a third, but that is fortune for Shady. For his reload with 40 seconds on the clock, now they do have to eventually convert onto a bomb site. Andu also has a finger on the pulse, so getting past Garage isn't quite easy. Shane further delaying. Belaney finds a kill. And when all said and done, it's Shady with 3 kills to find. And that endeavor's not going to last very long. 4-2.
Yeah, 4-2, and again, the outside troubles continue for Forza Reload. You know, Jaquinho is in a good position to nade open the smoke and kind of disrupt the play that they're originally going for. Lands the tag, but yeah, I've no idea. Great shot, obviously, while he's flashbanged, but I've no idea why Kuzmi is, you know, exposing himself like that. Maybe thought his teammate could cover him from there. Maybe he couldn't be seen. Thought the offer might not have been peeking, might just been cowering in the corner. I'm not sure, but what I do know is Jaquinho should have been dealt with a whole lot earlier. You were spot on with that. And now, you've got something on a hero rifle, you've got a couple of pistols here, and you've got a ramp player that could be in trouble in a moment. Andu, you need to be precise here. Get ready with that spray.
Pistol's about to come his way. A flashbang cocked as well. Are they having second thoughts about this push? They might be. Packing off, starting to take control of lobby instead. No, they're going to reroute their efforts all the way towards long. They're getting 4 players readied up for that. Instead, they're just going to leave 1 with a Tech 9 inside hut to keep these players on their toes. Very expensive on the time if you want to go for something like this, and you're also exposing yourself to just giving up information as you're crossing over.
Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good if you want to go towards outside with some smokes, but you're just dry swinging, and you've been spotted now by tape where you know that they're going down towards secret. Rotations are already down. You've got 2 players below on that B bomb side, both of them double side. Copenhagen Wolves are just going to be ready for this right now. Belaney trying to spray them all down himself, needs a little bit of assistance, but it's all good. It's an easy round for Copenhagen Wolves to pick up. And Forza Reload really need to go back to the drawing board, because that was another round that they probably, you know, should have just committed to the original idea.
Beautiful CS being played by the Wolves right now, and although there's, you could still argue that they're leaving quite a bit exposed for Forza Reload to exploit. That exploitation hasn't really come through. 4's now on the money, weapons galore. But we're not seeing too much of a threat. Tactical timeout being taken by Forza Reload, and this is where they're heeding your advice. They are, in fact, going back to the drawing board.
I think they need to as well, right? Because, you know, you win the pistol, you win the conversion round, and, you know, I mean, the retake round was probably the closest one that we've seen, but still, when it kind of went down to that retake, it wasn't really close at all. They just didn't hold on to the post plant whatsoever. And look, I'm not saying Copenhagen Wolves are perfect. I'm not saying that, you know, they're doing everything right, but they're doing exactly what they need to just to make Forza Reload, like, kind of think themselves out of the game, which is a really difficult thing to kind of watch. First of all, they need to deny somebody from getting this outside information. You know, Tapeware, Andu, they're in a really good position that they'll have all this information early. They need to try and find this opening if they can, but again, the disruption because of those HEs is going to make it difficult. This secret peek surely is going to come in just a moment, but that's a whole lot better. 2 entries, you can go down towards B, you're leaving a lurk and Tapeware completely unaware. This is looking a whole lot better for Forza Reload.
pretty much the only gun round where we've seen them actually be potent. And Spirit wants to exploit that to the fullest extent. Make sure that the weapons are completely out. Shane. Shaking in his boots. Knows that they're out for the hunt. Uh-oh.
This is horrible, right? You know that you can't go back.
Oh,
okay.
He's
no?
found the one solution, though. I love that. Scurries off to the hills and somehow has managed to find himself a safe corner. How the hell does that happen?
He's killed 2 and Rexy's died to the bomb as well for us. I mean, look at the money for Forza Reload. Like, if they want AKs, they're gonna have to, you know, sacrifice a lot of util here. That's a really good job there from Shane. And Copenhagen Wolves, they'll come out with a better buy in this next round. That's definitely not the ideal hunt from Forza Reload for sure.
You can't even blame Cosme that much, because getting no-scoped is a humbling experience, to say the least.
I wouldn't know, it's never happened to me. I simply wouldn't allow it.
Oh, hang on. There's about to be something happening here on outside. Oh, yeah, this is one of those kills you were talking about. Tapework can always get so much control, but that control is currently being established by the Force roster as they scurry inside A. Already hemorrhaging players, though. Belaney down with 1. Some more damage exchanged. Andu, as the smoke clears, he's going to find Shady, the bomb planter. Something in Cosme have a lot to do. 2 versus 3 to find Andu. He realizes that somebody slipped the net, and he's going to be all too aware, but Cosme's still going to have his number dialed and ready. Something catches Jaquinho, and Tapework's trying to fight back, but that kill from Andu is going to hurt them so much.
He should have done better, shouldn't he? If he should have had that kill, but whiffs a little bit, and that gives Forza Reload the round. That was the kill. That was the difference maker there. And really good reaction from Forza Reload. I've been critical of what they've been doing towards outside, but, you know, kind of discovering that the pressure was heavy towards outside. They Tapeware in an aggressive position, and they decide just, you know what, we need to react. We need to just sprint out towards the A-bomb site. It's a good take, only a single player there that they instantly deal with, and although the retake doesn't go, you know, or the postman doesn't go absolutely perfect, they still manage to hold on in the end. They get perfect kills at the perfect moments. Now, in all honesty, this could be a pretty solid T-half from Forza Reload. We're talking probably 5 if they just manage to dodge the op of Jaquinho. And who knows how many more they can get.
Slow progression from 4s. Oh. Bit of a freebie from Shane, and there's another one of those 5-7s ready and waiting for them. As they're starting to clear out the corners, they are going to run into one. Ooh, good headshot from Belaney. But I think this might be where the road ends for their eco kills.
I wouldn't be worried.
Really make that all work.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about the eco kills. I'd be worried about this op. He's very quick down towards B. Oh, no. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Well, maybe Shane can give him a few lessons. I mean,
I just feel like, so here's my theory on no scopes, right? I contacted universities, they don't want to talk to me about it, but my theory is that no scopes only work when you're anxious and when you're panicking. I feel like just trying to hit like a regular no scope, nah, you can't plan no scopes, okay? You really need to be fighting for your life for them to work.
okay. Do you feel like it's like kind of an element of like a muscle memory kind of flick to it then? as well? Or, like, do you think it's, like, just full-on, you know, survival, like, that kind of, like, survival instinct that if I don't hit this, I'm dead, so I need to make sure I'm perfect with it?
I think it's just divine intervention.
Oh. That's also
So am
good,
I
I
to-
suppose.
Yeah, who am I to argue with God's creations, right?
Yeah. I put a mere man trying to hit no scopes.
You know, not a bad recovery at all from Force Reload. As this was starting, it got really worrying, but now a lot better. Jaquinho, though, looking to progress into hot. No. Can't afford to be missing that, and Spirit's going to instantly try and take advantage of it. Runs it as the entry, and they've been completely flushed out of this bomb site. Shane, the only one in the corner, but he's been missed. He can still make something happen. Cosme realizes that someone's got past him, but it's just a singular kill that he's able to find. And Copenhagen Wolves, they realize that the situation is dire. And the best case scenario is for these weapons to be saved for yet another opportunity in the next one.
They will at least bring these 3 rifles forward. It's an interesting peak that Jaquinho goes for to kind of start off the round. He's Nate's top hut. You might have seen Oscar doing it a decent amount for Sinners. Nate top hut, and then, you know, it masks the steps of you pushing in. I think actually Jaquinho kind of slows down a little bit early for it. He could actually, you know, take an extra kind of couple of steps to get into a decent position and still scope up, but he needs to be hitting that shot. If you're gonna make a play like that, if you're gonna get aggressive like that, you cannot afford to miss, because once you fall, that A-bomb site, you know, there's just a gaping hole in there that Forza Reload are just gonna run into. Get the bomb down, get another freebie, and, you know, we're talking about a recovery. It has been a great one. This is a solid T-half. I wouldn't say Forza Reload we're expecting themselves to play this well on it whatsoever. This is a little bit of a mess from Andu. He gets invested in this gunfight, but oh, that's a wonderful cleanup to get the second. Won't get away with his life, but job's already been done. It's just a single player on Cosme left as his teammates pick up the slack too. Copenhagen Wolves surely will finish with 6, and they will.
Lovely little recovery there at the end, although it did start to look like Copenhagen Wolves are letting this slip. Also got a commentator in the back there. You see that first kill come out from Andu, then he has a supportive flashbang to make sure he can still keep the fight going. Lovely little collection from Delaney through the smoke as well, and I do feel like the stars just aligned as far as individual skills were concerned in that previous one. That being said, though, getting ready to head into the second half of the first map. Force Reload on the tee now. Sorry, Copenhagen Wolves on the tee. And I want to see if they can have that same oomph now that they're on the attacker's side. They looked really good. Force Reload were able to manufacture a comeback. And if they can actually take advantage of the defensive positions on their own map, be very happy to see a bit of an upset.
Flash, a little jiggle, a small piece of information, right? You can see they're toying with the idea of maybe heading out towards the ramp. Issue with, you know, kind of the peaks and plays like that and seeing nothing after is that Forza Reload are just not going to move off this bomb site. So the hit is going to happen and you're going to have everybody here just ready to receive them. Problem is, it's Shady, the only person that's picking up the kills with those Julies. He's going to collect a double back.
Wow.
Oh, making it 3. Shady trying to get it done all on his lonesome. He's bought enough time for the rotations, but they still need to find the kills. And something makes sure that he makes good on what his teammate was able to do, holding onto that bomb site. It's Forza Reload taking that CT pistol, both pistols in fact, and Copenhagen Wolves, oh, they're just gonna wish that they dealt with those Julies.
And this is the piece that was missing for Force Reload back when they played against Cybershock. We weren't seeing Shady step up in the same way. We weren't seeing really something pop up on the server. And now that they are, they look completely different. Copenhagen Wolves down to the pistols, and it's not going to be an easy ride from here on out. chance for them to start racking up the money. Nothing coming out with the pistols, with the exception of Andu getting a cheeky little kill, and Cosme is going to quickly put his foot down. Force reload, slowly inching towards double digits, but before that happens, the Wolves will be able to bring out some weapons.
Yeah, some weapons. You're going to be light on util though in a few places. Like, lacking some mollies, lacking some flashes in some cases as well. But still, you've got those AKs out. You really need to make sure that they are going to be the difference maker. If you want to kind of stay just close to your opponent right now, you need to make sure that you're hitting the heads very quickly. It's still a little bit of a bonus round with the FAMAS and the SMG in play here. Not much outside presence. It's heavy in towards lobby. Shane looking to try and find an opening, and that is aggressive from him out towards Hut. He'll back away with that opening kill. As far as a reload, they're going to have to make a few adjustments here.
Oh, really good collection there from Cosme. He gets completely unchecked, finds the kill on Andu, and quickly equalizes the numbers. And hang on, something might actually have tape for his number here.
I mean, you're never expecting that, are
Yeah,
you?
completely unprecedented too. Bit of a back and forth. But the Wolves seem really lost right now. If they decide to go into A, there's an MP9 waiting for them. A tripwire being set up by something as well. Shady in the back of the bomb site. I hear the audio information that somebody's rotating over, and this is prime time to now start making something happen. But with 13 seconds on the clock, they instead don't want to wager their weapons, they don't want to wager their lives, and they'll just be backing off.
I wonder what the comms are actually like there, you know, kind of during that round. Like, after Tapeware falls, bomb was dropped towards outside. I don't know if it was actually on Tapeware when he was throwing that util, but it was still left there anyway. I wonder were just Copenhagen was waiting for that kind of reaction there, or did they know that they were going to save unless somebody kind of pushed into them a little bit later on. Regardless though, really good initiative to push towards outside, and the good part about finding the kill after you see those smokes being thrown is you know there's nothing behind it. You know that everybody's in towards lobbies. So Copenhagen Wolves, they knew that Forza Reload had the numbers in the right places. They weren't going to move off A or ramp. It's the only two places it could possibly be. And now once again, you see Copenhagen Wolves invest because they have to with the couple of saved weapons that they were able to bring forward, but it's not much of a buy really at all. The last two smokes used towards outside, they need to try and get across, but it started off okay. Andu, an opening kill onto Rexy, grants safe passage for a few players to go down if they want to, but Copenhagen Wolves, it looks like they're just primed and ready. They just want to take some gunfights right here.
They're taking the sneaky passage down. Starting to exit towards A, but there's somebody waiting for them. Still need to deal with something who's inside Hut. Very difficult duels to find, and Shane is going to be stuck in the thick of it all. At least he can isolate all of them into one direction. Not having to worry about a Heaven player certainly is a bit of a godsend. You wager Shane gets this one, Zerfer?
Unless Forza Reload just comes swinging towards him. I don't really see it. You've got kits, you've got HEs, Shane. You've got a chance, maybe. You're hearing the steps. Alright, there's one. Okay, up forced off the angle. You know where the second one is now, but oh, you can't do anything about the third. Something hits the shot. He needs to, as that was definitely getting messy. Once Shady kind of misses that AWP shot, I'm thinking, alright, we've got a chance here, but nevertheless, Forza Reload just close out that round, and I'm not sure, Bryce. Did you just get a chance to have a glimpse at the money? Because I'm not sure what kind of state their economy is going to be in here.
They got a bomb plant, so it's not going to be completely unsalvageable, but yeah, definitely missing a few bells and whistles. You see Tapeware, Jakinia having to sacrifice the mollies. Not exactly all hunky-dory in the flashes department either. But Forza Reload, man, they are coming out swinging. This is a fantastic way to be starting off the game, and when you're up against the Goliaths that are Copenhagen Wolves, at least relative to Forza Reload, this is a fantastic victory to be finding. But they still need to get it done. 3 rounds don't seem all that daunting anymore, but couple mistakes being made, the economy going awry, and you already know that Copenhagen Wolves will be ready to bite back. Bottom bomb site, the agenda. Jakinio, the spear. Slowly leading his team into this B site.
You've got no idea right now as well. If you're Forza Reload, you haven't really discovered that there's anybody down. You've given up all that space. Now the UNiTy is just going to be expended. This is just going to be an easy B bomb site take, and this could be one of the rare rounds that we actually just see a 5v5 save here. It looks like Copenhagen Wolves just walked. They found the gap, and Forza Reload, they're going to discover to see if there's any lurks about the place. And yeah, they've found at least one, so they're going to go and try and deal with Bellany, but they know that they've got no chance left in this round, and they know that on a few players too, their economy isn't going to be perfect, so need to make sure that every weapon they have, they're going to be able to save and bring forward. Bellany, unfortunately, is a dead man, but that's just the cost of doing business.
Is this the start to Copenhagen Wolves coming back into this one? Or is this just a flash in the pan, a tiny crack in the cosmos that they were able to find to furnish them a singular round? Now, you know, a couple of the win conditions you were talking about on the Wolves side, they're not really activating here, Jack. Tapeware on 4 kills. And, you know, obviously you're going to have the full gas tank of copium that is called being an IGL, but
Yeah.
4 kills really hard to make an argument for.
Yeah, look, he hasn't had the perfect game so far, but he could definitely turn it around. He has a couple of maps in him that he can really just dominate on. Unfortunately for him, this one hasn't really been it. Taper needs to be very careful here. Yeah, it's another opening kill being given away. Shady aggressive towards outside, and Wolves need to be fast on the reaction. They've once again found the gap. This time though, they're already down a player, so Forza Reload, you know, they might not have went for the last retake. This one, they're already going to be there trying to defend the bomb site, but it's just no good from Shady. Andu instantly finds that headshot, but look at the street for the smoke here, because it's ready, it's watched, and Bellany was waiting. Now the save has to be called. Forza Reload unable to stop the Wolves for a second time in a row.
Not a bad start at all to the mini comeback that Copenhagen Wolves are now furnishing. I mean, only 2 rounds being in between them and the tie, this is a pretty good sign. Problem is, they've not exactly been doing too much damage to Force Reload, which means that the 4 squad is going to be able to come back into just buying up time and time again. We see something on $9,000 and some change. He can even drop over an AWP and still have a full man's worth of buy. And that round started off really nicely, but I feel like when it comes down to the mid-rounds and the late rounds, when you're actually contesting for a bomb site, the Wolves have just been a tad bit better.
Yeah, I would agree. But with Forza Reload, you know, what I'm a real big fan of, as you were saying, is the fact that they are just going for these full-on saves the last couple of rounds, so their economy isn't just thrown completely in the bin, which is something that like a tier 2 and a tier 3 level we don't see enough of. The economic management is just absolutely shocking. Like, it's literally like my bank account. Once you get money, you're spending it, and you don't care. You're just throwing yourself at retakes that are never going to happen. Or the worst thing is when you see people go for the saves, but they're not really going for the save, they're playing for the exit. They'll tell you they're saving, but they're going for these exit kills. I hate that so much. But Forza Reload now, we're not going to see a situation where they have to play with SMGs and go for a lobby crunch, which would be a perfect thing for Copenhagen Wolves to just pick up a round. We're seeing ops, we're seeing M4s, even AKs. There's still 2 AKs on the side of Forza Reload. They could be the real difference makers right now. Shady, he's gathered that information that Andu is already down. Andu.
Oh!
That's quick, but at least you get the trade.
Very nice shot. Oh, Tapeware's got full information. His crosser's all over the place. But that's okay. He's got support. 2 versus 2, though. The AWP lined up very nicely from Shady, who's already getting himself in position to start going for the retake. Nade to the back of the bomb site finds so much damage. Less than 50 points of health on both players. Something finds one, and Shady will be coming around the corner as well. What a little recovery from Forza Reload to come back onto the bomb site.
What a smoke from Shady there. I don't know.
I'm wondering what that does.
Yeah, when he threw it, I was like, what did he do there? I was like, that was actually insane. It smokes the top of the bomb site, so if there is somebody towards door or there's somebody on the site, you can't see. That's an incredible smoke.
Brilliant.
Oh, well, I'm learning that lineup.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah. Have to go back into the demos.
It's really innovative. I've never even thought about that.
I'm not sure if anyone in T1 is actually doing it. I'm a bit of a nuke avoider, if I'll be honest.
Oh, no. Boo.
I don't hate it, don't get me wrong, but just don't like watching it all that much.
Nah, nuke is like probably the best map. Just ever. I would say in Counter-Strike. This is like definitely number 1. For me, anyway.
Oh. Shady. Set up with the AWP, but he's only able to find 1 kill for his troubles. And the Wolves are quickly going to be getting this bomb down, and I feel like the issue is with how abandoned this B side is by the CTs. Unless they instantly get a kill, they're probably teeing up for an early save. Up against 4 AKs as well. It's not like it's going to be an easy endeavor by any stretch of the imagination. Andu finds one, and as soon as he starts getting a bit of chip damage going... Oh, hang on. Spirit's still sticking around, surprisingly enough. They're staying close enough that they can go for it, but in the nick of time, they realize they don't have much time left in the tank, and they'll just have to back off. Ouch.
Yeah, I was wondering there. I was a little bit worried that Forza Reload were just gonna just send it into that retake once they found that kill towards vent. Once they dropped tape, where I was thinking, all right, maybe they actually are just gonna run at this, but it would have been way too risky here. We are gonna be waiting Tapeware out of the server, but back in just as quick as we see everything being bought up. Nice shot from Shady for the first, but Shane and Andu have hit some very impressive headshots in these last couple of rounds to really just keep Copenhagen Wolves in this game, in this map. Without them, 100% this one would be over. Having a look now, we've seen Forza Reload go for, so many saves over and over and over again. Now, the money is looking a little bit weird. If you lose this round and you don't save anything, something is going to be the only one that can drop 2 rifles. But that's it.
It's a big opportunity at the moment for Forza Reload to just close this out in 2 bites. This is the best position that their economy is probably going to be in for the rest of the game. And for the Wolves, this is an open window. Good shot from Shady. Bringing some of that form to light that got them past Sashi and Eklot, despite being heavy underdogs. But Taper is looking to respond. Oh, Shane! How does he get away with it? The flashbang from Delaney so damn good. Shady tries a second no-scope, but all for naught. The panic was enough to get one no-scope, but just not the second. 11-10. And I feel like the Wolves might be all over them now.
I just feel like Forza Reload, they had chances to kind of close this one out. They had chances just to get this one over and done with. And, you know, it starts off well. It's a good opening, but nothing after that. By the way, that flashbang in towards door from Delaney, absolutely perfect. The spray maybe needed a little bit of work, but Shane got both of them in the end, so it's still completely fine. One rifle bought on something, he's actually put it to good use, and once you hear that rifle, when you see the other pistols, you're just going to avoid it like the plague, but you're not going to be able to avoid these pistols who continue to run at you. Rexy, he's picked up an AK, you know that something's got an M4, and damage already done to Jaquinho and Andu. This is less than an ideal situation right now, because you've lost all info on where these players have gotten off to. They could be doubled up somewhere, they could be just waiting for you at a corner. You have to be so cautious and clear absolutely every angle. Copenhagen Wolves, right now, they just need to make sure that they group together, their trading is on point, and they close out this round.
Big opportunity for something. Oh, and that lands a really nasty headshot straight off the top. And the instant fake is a bit too telegraphed. They're finally going to stick onto the bomb, though. This 2 versus 2 is everything, Jack. Jaquinho finds Rexy. Something on for a 1 versus 2. And you can hear the cogs turning in his head. Realizes that it might be too late to try and go for something. Instead wants to save this M4, because remember, with the loss bonus, he's actually capable of dropping over 2 weapons, and that is a much more doable affair than a 1v2.
Oh, 100%. You know, they had a chance there, and look, it's another good kill from something. I can't really fault him. He was the man with the hero rifle in this round. Aggressive towards ramp, and he finds the opening kill. He's able to, you know, give them a chance in that 2 versus 2. It just comes down to Jaquinho hitting that shot. Jaquinho hitting that shot towards single, winning that fight. If he doesn't there, yeah, it's definitely retake on, but better off, instead of throwing himself at that bomb site and leaving there by right now in a weird position, just save that M4, play it out in a full gun round where you're going to have everything that you could have asked for at 11-11. But the opportunities have been there for Forza Reload, and now that window of opportunity to close this one out in regulation is closing. Copenhagen Wolves, they're not coming back, they're already back. Neck and neck with you right now. But these last 2 rounds, they're always the hardest.
The first brick has already fallen for Forza Reload. Something waiting. He's got the shadow advantage, but still succumbs to the wounds that are being dealt by Jaquinho. And slowly, Spirit's going to see everyone crumbling around him. First kill found, but all for naught. And I cannot believe we're saying this, but Copenhagen Wolves have finally crept past.
And look at that. You call a last tactical timeout we get a really good chance to have a look at the rounds there. It's been pretty much all Copenhagen Wolves since about 6:10, bar a single round. Everything has gone Copenhagen Wolves' way, and I wouldn't have really said that this was a perfect game by all means for Copenhagen Wolves. They've been given chances to get back into this one. 6 out of the last 7. Now they only need one more. And this, in theory, should be the easiest of the lot. That last one was pretty straightforward and simple. And hold on a second. You've got so much money in the world, and Tapeware has bought a Mac 10. He's going for something quick. Copenhagen Wolves are going for a shutdown call off the rip, surely.
They know for a fact that money is going to be weak. They want to fight fire with an even bigger fire, I suppose. But Shady's going to at least slow down their pacing. It's Andu already down. Flashbang to start taking control of ramp. Wouldn't hate it if they slowed down their progression now. They already have the advantage, but gotta remember that money, or at least weaponry, is just all over the place for Force Reload, so they're trying to find any advantage they can get. So much damage inflicted. They're still playing for more. Rexy finds something. Something's gonna be fighting back. Shane onto Rexy. A 2 versus 2 when the dust is settled. And this kill is everything. Spirit falling does mean that now something is on for a very difficult retake. A 1v2 that is at least being silver lined by the fact that there's not too much HP remaining. Bomb still yet to go down. He's trying to be in an advanced position before it eventually is placed upon a site. They're just worried. They don't want to find themselves in between angles. They don't want to be caught by a stray bullet each. And something's repositioning here, going deep into lobby. Might be able to get him some kind of advantage here, but it's all about the timing. Something lined up from Hut. 2 players moving in now. He's got the right idea. Oh, he's gonna be spotted. No, that was a golden opportunity, a golden ticket into this retake, and now they're gonna get a chance to reposition off the back of the molly. Something's expecting it. They're repositioning on top of the Hut. Is he going to expect a second player, though? Beautifully played. Something. A 1 versus 2 to keep Force Reload in the game. And we're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, man, that's just... Look, they were too low HP to really do anything at all. And I thought he missed his chance as well. I thought he missed his opportunity. Beautiful from Shady. Waiting for that jump spot, finding that headshot, but it all fell apart for Forza Reload. They found, a couple of opening kills, and then they just weren't able to win a gunfight. Luckily, something's going to bail them out of dodge there, and thankfully they were low HP, because anybody sitting, half or above there, they would have been way more confident in the engagements that they went for. Copenhagen Wolves were just terrified that they were going to be caught. But as you were saying, a stray bullet, that's all that really would have been their demise. Before the reload, they make sure that they don't fall in regulation. You're going to get chances now to play for it here. But still, you need to do a little bit better. Openings actually haven't really been a problem for Forza Reload. They have been finding them. It's the 5v4 situations that I'd be more concerned about, because they have just been giving away their lives for nothing and just not being traded out. Or if they are going in a position to be traded, they're just simply not finding the kill, fluffing their lines and handing the advantage back on over to Copenhagen Wolves. When it gets down into OT on your own map pick, you cannot let that happen.
A fresh start for either party. I do feel like that little recovery there from Force Reload at the end does tee them up quite nicely as far as confidence is considered. A very slow approach this time, though.
just waiting. You've got a top up molly. You've got a couple of flashes as well if you want to send it out onto this A bomb site. A-hole is going to be still quite okay. You've only got 2 players here though is the problem, and the whole player is actually going to be mollied off. It really comes down to how fast the rotation is from hell here. And that's even if they want to commit. You know, it might just be the fake here and heading over towards ramp. It's still kind of a little bit indecisive what Copenhagen Wolves want to do. But they have Forza Reload worried, right? They're not making any noise. There's no information to be gathered whatsoever. Forza Reload are getting very uncomfortable here.
Oh. They're going to try and jump the gun, and they're going to get punished for it. Andu with 2. Might even be able to get a third. Runs right out into the flames, though, and this is being beautifully received by Forza Reload. Despite the double entry, it's going to be a doable affair for Forza Reload. In fact, much more favored for them now as Jaquinho gets ready for a 1 versus 2. We've seen it come out from the Wolves before. Oh, Rexy, though, just has their number and is happy to dial it. 13-12, Forza Reload now actually inching past.
It's such a strange round if Forza Reload are able to win it. Like, your 2 A players die, but I just wonder what actually happened over towards main, because Shady was able to get a double kill here. Anu was ready and waiting. Shady, no main smoke? Alright, I have a problem with that. No main smoke and you're trying to pop out towards A like that? Yeah, that's a problem. I don't agree with that. Deservedly punished. Spirit with a nice little double as Copenhagen Wolves once again trying to go ahead of the play. They're trying to go quick towards outside. Smokes haven't even blossomed yet, and 2 players will fall. Taquinho, he's gotten down, but he's so low on HP, and it wouldn't have mattered because something's just hit the headshot. Forza Reload, they're looking good to go 2 rounds up here.
Oh, Spirit just gets so much information there as well. Rexy, though, from outside. Happy to punish. With Chain being left in a 1 versus 3, he's quickly going to want to isolate a player. That's just an impossible duel, man.
Yeah, it's you're never winning that. I mean, unless he instants him through the door and then instants the second guy, then yeah. But even that's just too tall of an order. You can see there, like, they go very quick, hoping that maybe nobody's watching towards outside, hoping maybe that the smokes are there. I'm not sure if they just got the timing of that wrong, or that's, you know, if they want to just peek before them. But whatever happened, it goes wrong for Copenhagen Wolves, and it could all go wrong. They could not pick up a single round on this T side if they're not careful.
Oh, we finally see some action early. Oh, wow. Shane, what a good shot onto Rexy. But there's going to be some pushback from Cosme, who tries to get a bit over-eager, pushes into garage, and, well, he's going to be punished for his troubles. Something in the meantime is trying to make sure that he can do some damage outside. Goes for a few taps. Andu finds his number. And when the dust settles, it's just Spirit remaining. 1, ooh, nearly a second, but all for naught. Copenhagen Wolves, a consolation round before they head into the second half of the first overtime. Is Forza going to put their foot down, Zerfer?
I'd hope they do. Like, you know, they fought for overtime here. They win 2 rounds on their CT side. You would hope that their T side is going to have a little bit more sustenance, but as I was saying, as we've seen, you know, it was more so the fact of Copenhagen Wolves kind of fell asleep a little bit in that first half, rather than Forza Reload, you know, changing things all that much. It seemed like Copenhagen Wolves were just making too many mistakes, and Forza Reload, I just wasn't blown away by their T-side whatsoever. And I love this start from Tape where in towards Secret. That's going to be a freebie. He might even get away with a second. Spirit, how is he still standing? He is a sliver of health swinging towards main. There's the peek out, and Belaney would just sweep him under the rug. It's a 5v3 already for Copenhagen Wolves. Forza Reload have lost all that outside presence. You need that ramp rotate to come quick though. This is awkward here. 2v4. You've seen these go wrong. Need to make sure that the trades are going to be effective, right? You just need to make sure that if you're going to go together. Lovely flashbang to force the opera off the angle. Shady's getting ran down. Missed shot means his demise. Something. Gonna have to do it all. Oh,
what?
Didn't spot him. Still finds the kill though. Something. He's got a chance here in this.
No
one.
way,
Especially
no
if he finds
way.
this kill. Something. He's on for it all.
Oh.
Not on the bomb yet. Jaquinho doesn't have a kit either. Something's done it. He's won the round. Something just merely staying alive. And something.
Beautiful.
Made that everything. He's taking it all away from Copenhagen Wolves. And surely Forza Reload closed this one out now.
What an engagement to be watching. You can discard pretty much the rest of the round, right? Because it all comes down to something having that incredible sequence, jumping into the window. The 180 kill beyond that, playing perfectly around the door. Everything that Forza Reload should have been able to do was just done here at the end by one individual. What a game already. Shady, a big missed opportunity, but I feel like Forza Reload are going to be able to ride the high of that previous round into a victory. Copenhagen Wolves were oh so close at equalizing the numbers, but now they're hanging on by a thread.
Again, man, it's something. He's found that opening kill, but it's going to be traded right back. This is still a really awkward round for the Wolves, but it gets a little bit easier. Shane taking a little bit of an initiative, knows that something was in towards the lobby, peek towards the door, the peek towards Hut, and Jaquinho, oh, he gets the timing a little bit wrong, but still able to adjust to hit that shot and just picking them off one by one now. You've got 35 seconds to try and make everything happen if you're Spirit, but it was never going to happen. Forza Reload unable to close it out in that one. You've only got one more chance, or we go to a double.
What a sequence. And there's a very good chance that we do go to double overtime here, Jack.
It's definitely a real possibility. Are you gonna go for a fast aid play? Oh, you need to be ready if you're the Wolves here.
Oh! Couple of really nice frags coming out from Forza Reload, but this needs to be a fast retake. No, Tape wears down, and their chances are looking slim. Suddenly, it's all down to two members. Andu, one of the biggest prospects in the scene now, needs to bail his team out of this one. Jaquinho being able to find a second suddenly opens this round up. The doors are wide open, but there's simply not that much HP available. Molotov's a great pickup. He can flush them out. Andu, how the hell does he get that? Jaquinho with a crazy couple of kills there. Andu makes it possible. And in a round where it was looking like all was for naught, a 2 versus 4 has been secured by the Copenhagen Wolves to take us to another overtime.
The fist bump there from Jaquinho, and why not? This one went horribly wrong on the A bomb site. Could not hold on to it, and Andu, I mean, coming up the vent, finding that kill, low HP. Molly was good, perfect spam. They were both under half HP with their health points combined. They needed to find those instant headshots, and able to do it somehow. Forza Reload, I mean, it is a kind of situation of, you know, how many chances do you want? Because that was another big one that should have went your way. You made a really good call, a really good play to get out onto the bomb site, and you do the early part of the round perfect. It's just closing it out that is the problem. And Forza Reloads are gonna say right now, last round went so good, let's do it exactly again. But this time it's going to be ready. This time the protocols are here. And this time the crossfires mounted. Just shut down before you could even find a kill. It's round over.
There's never been a point in this game where I've been confident about who was going to take this one. Problem is, as much as I appreciate this back and forth, you've got to remember that there's a bit more on the line for Forza Reload, who are decidedly the underdogs. They've had 2 chances now to potentially close it out, but we just haven't seen that happen. That 2 versus 4 that Andu and Jaquinho were able to furnish, it's going to be paying off big dividends. And Forza Reload are going to be looking back at it, kicking themselves, thinking that they let a golden ticket pass.
Yeah, you've got your tactical timeout that you get in OT. That's going to be already used for Forza Reload. Because they try and get a little bit tricky with it, right? They try and call back-to-back the exact same rounds, but I mean, Copenhagen Wolves just got the last one a little bit wrong. So they're able to make good. Make amends. The second time of asking. Forza Reload, they're going to go back to try towards outside. But Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to be contesting this heavy. They've got 3 players outside and 1 player down secret. It seems like Tapeware's got a really good read on Forza Reload right now, and he's just looking to try and punish them. It's Tapeware. Flashes are good, running out of bullets. An awkward fight, but luckily backup has arrived. Andy was here, Reload pulled off, and Tapeware still looking to line up a few more heads. He's had a quiet game, but he's very loud towards red right here. But
No
still,
way.
this is all falling apart. What is going on here right now?
What?
He's clocked 2 of them.
That should have never happened. Really thought that Shady was going to get caught out there, but no. Still, it is doable for Shane and Bilani, who do have a lot of HP. Never mind, one of them is down to 0. It's something who comes up from heaven and now nails a crisp bullet in the back of his opponent's head. Shane, permeating through the smoke, might be able to find them on an awkward timing. And 1 nade could be all it takes to rule them all. This could be perfectly played, but Shady is going to be there from the heavens to protect his teammates.
Imagine he just nades onto the site there and he's got a 1v1. How crazy that would have been. I mean,
I think I think one of the I think it was Shady that didn't have a lot of HP, by the way, so it still wouldn't have been the 1v1, I believe, there at the end. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Spirit and something on the site. But regardless, right? Like getting a kill there at the end.
It was Shady and Spirit on the
okay.
site. They were both like 14 and 16 HP.
Ah, I just saw the replay. I thought Shady got that kill from heaven and not from the back of the site. Wow, I'm blind.
Like if he just chucks that HE, like that is a crazy round. Even if we're not even talking about how it began towards back red. And I think the less said about that, the better for Tapeware's sake. But starting off this round, again, it's something to find a big kill. It's a really nice opening. Tapeware, he's got the discovery that nobody has crossed towards main. They're still going to be looking there. They don't have the information that they're down, though. And, you know, in a 4v5 for us, once you realize that they're down on that B bomb site, it's a big risk to even go for it. Luckily, you're in overtime, but still, it's just such a difficult retake that unless you just pick a couple of players off right now, this round could already be done.
Oh, Tapeware, he's letting them cross. He's taking full advantage of this lack of info. And these 2 kills being found suddenly makes it so much more doable for Copenhagen Wolves. Bottom bomb side is going to have to be given up. But we've seen how potent they are in the retakes before, Jack.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount of util, right? They've got Spirit on the bomb site, though, and that's a big headshot, even with the tags down onto him. And to ripped out of glass, just taken out of there. He's not even going to get a chance to play out the rest of this retake, and it's going to have to come down to Shane. Tapeware is going to fall. Damage done. Frag collected. A missed opportunity from Shady. Spirit is low to swing on out here, but just completely unsuspected. Unexpected. Spirit, he'll lock in that round for Forza Reload. It's going to be 17-16, and, you know, look, again, they're going to go 2 rounds. And go ahead and get 2 rounds, should I say, in the first half of OT. This time it's the T side. You'd hope that this time it's enough.
So close to the finish line for both parties, but neither team can really make it past it, and that's been the issue. Two more rounds needed for Forza Reload. 3 more if Copenhagen Wolves want to do it in a clean fashion. Oh. Could be a bit of a kiss of death here.
Gotta hate it so much.
Delaney isn't going to be precedented at all, but 1 kill's all he's going to get. Something in the meantime emerges from the shadows. Takes a quick chomp out of them from Secret. And it's Sandu who gets punished by Rexy. Forza Reload, despite the fact that they really fumbled in regulation, they might still be keeping themselves afloat and alive. Bit of a boon to their confidence, I'm not going to lie, if you're dropping rounds the way you did, but if Copenhagen Wolves still can't close it out, they're just running out of gas for nothing.
Look, that's step 1 done on this CT side. Now, this is where Forza Reload have ran into problems, and that is just closing it out. Need to just make sure that you win this round. Don't let it go to 18-17. Because they are just lacking that killer instinct for me. They really are. Copenhagen Wolves, they fought tooth and nail to, you know, make sure that they do not close it out time and time again. This time, it's about to get a little bit techie in towards the hut. There's the double push. 2 kills to the gut, but Belaney will trade 1 back, and he's out on the bomb site right now. Gets mollied by his teammate, and Shady will put him down. A miscommunication massively. Jaquinho has cost Belaney his position, and might have just cost him the round there and the map. Oh, I don't know, Faraz. I don't know what I just seen there.
Very interesting outcome there. Can't believe we see this end in this overtime, because I honestly thought we were going to be in for another rodeo. But it's good stuff from Forza Reload, who, although it did look like they lost composure there in regulation, it really did look like they were fumbling the bag. They did manage to keep themselves alive. And now I do feel like some of the consistency of Copenhagen Wolves can be brought into question, although you know, Force Reload, fantastic team. Don't want to take anything away from them, but Copenhagen Wolves are supposed to be coming into this game as the big dogs on the server. Didn't really see any of that.
Yeah, we didn't really, you know, Copenhagen Wolves were meant to be a little bit better than Forza Reload. You know, I would definitely be putting them a step above them for sure. But Forza Reload, man, we've seen a massive improvement from the Cybershock game, which is all that I was asking. You know, I just wanted to see them be more competitive. It doesn't get more competitive than that. 2 OTs and them closing out their map pick. Problem is, we're going on to a Mirage where, you know, yes, it's their most played map on HLTV, but it is also the one that they absolutely suck on in comparison to the others. You know, they are 1-4. We've seen them play a Mirage against Sashi in this event where they got 13-3'd. So you know, they need to make sure that their aim is on point. They're okay, it wasn't the perfect and most ideal situation on Nuke, but we won that map pick. All the pressure's on Copenhagen Wolves in this series right here. They're meant to be the favorites. We're the underdogs in this one. Now we just need to make sure that we go out, we hit them hard early, and we begin to punish them.
For sure. For Force Reload, there's a very, very reasonable chance that they can even get it done in 2 now because they've got all that confidence behind them. Copenhagen Wolves, on the other hand, they did lose a lot of steam for not a lot of payoff. That being said, though, the game is still not over just yet. This is, in fact, a best of 3, as you would expect it to be. So, two more chances for Copenhagen Wolves to get it done, and a golden opportunity for Force Reload to get a 2-0 and qualify into the playoffs. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live once again. Copenhagen Wolves versus Force Reload again on the menu, and it wasn't exactly an appetizing affair from Copenhagen Wolves, was it? There were a couple flashes in the pan. We saw a chance at a comeback, which was fueled by Andu's retake alongside Jaquinho, but nothing beyond that.
Yeah, I think it started well. It was kind of one of those games that I was thinking that Copenhagen Wolves were just going to take and run with, because Forza Reload, they didn't really look all too impressive when we were talking about the first kind of gun rounds. But then it was just like Forza Reload kind of figured out how to play against them. Then all of a sudden, Copenhagen Wolves kind of tried to get back into the game and a little bit of a comeback. But Forza Reload, they were just too strong to push it into OT, and in all honesty, they were the better team in overtime there. The thing is, though, I'm not expecting that to be the case on map 2. I'm looking at a Mirage that Forza Reload have been kind of found out on time and time again, especially when you look at this event. You know, a 13-3 loss to Sashi, a 13-4 loss to Cybershock. Yes, they managed to take down YaLLa, but that is the only win that they have on this map in the last 3 months. And, you know, Copenhagen Wolves, every other day they're playing this map, and they are nearly winning on it. They have a very impressive record against some top teams on it as well. So even though, yes, you managed to close out your own map pick, Forza Reload, I don't know if you can be that comfortable going onto a Mirage pick.
For sure. Mirage is the bread and butter of the Wolves, right? And to expect them to just falter on it, especially after they already had a pretty close performance on Forza Reload's map pick, I don't expect that to be the case. But of course, we're going to see what culminates on the server. It's Copenhagen Wolves on the T side, and Forza Reload kicking things off on the CT. A relatively aggressive play coming out from the Wolves. They're already getting teed up for an eventual A-side presence. Utility starting to go out towards Connector. Rexy popping off a couple of pot shots, and Copenhagen Wolves, they're not going to be putting any brakes on this particular train. The dualies taken out of commission. The Juggernaut already no longer part of the equation. Wow! Belaney, with the recovered weaponry, is able to do so much damage. Comes up behind them as well. A sneaky little surprise. My, oh my, he's gotten everything done.
A little laugh as well, a little chuckle. He knows that he's got away with murder picking up those pistols in Connector. He should have been punished big time there, but he wasn't. Copenhagen Wolves start their Mirage. This is their map, so absolutely no surprise that they started it off strong. And Belaney, the ace, really, he was impressive on Nuke, truth be told. He really had a lot of big moments like that, but I believe is the first ace of the series, and you know, it's a statement of intent.
For sure. This is exactly how you want to be starting off a game after you've not been on the right side of the bed. Something though, up middle, is able to find a kill. Tapeware though, the long range really favors him when he's got a Galil.
Shady. Scout in hand. It gets a tag. He is still standing, so there is still an opportunity. These Deagles really need to connect though. And unfortunately, you're going to get a good few chances at that, Rexy, but you can't make good on any one of them. So Copenhagen Wolves do survive with 4 players, and that was a full investment from Force Reload. So to only get a single kill out of that situation, yeah, unfortunately, it's just not good enough.
Ooh, not a bad start to a round that you have pretty much no investment in. Couple deagles, a 5-7. Oh no, that should have never happened. Rexy on the fadeaway gets a stray shot threaded right through his opponent's skull. Shady's gonna be able to find one as well. And suddenly in all that chaos, this is looking like a much more doable round. We see Spirit trying to creep over with the 5-7. Tapeware is holding on to this Galil for dear life. And doing Tapeware, they know that they've got to individually pick out these duels.
This is just such a horrible situation to be in right now if you're Copenhagen Wolves, right? Because you're not being given any peaks, you haven't really heard any information, and unless you are given a single duel against the USP, this one still is quite scary, and the USP even dinks you, so this is going horribly wrong right now. Tapeware, he was very quiet, had a very slow game on map 1. This is a big round that he just needs to, in all honesty, rescue his team out of. Knows that there's no kit in play, he's doing all that damage, and that Galil is just singing in the clutch there. Copenhagen Wolves, they're bailed out by their leader, but yeah, man, that is 100% a nice try from Forza Reload.
Andu set Tapeware up quite nicely for that 1v3, but man, it's a bit concerning when Copenhagen Wolves are relying on this many situations where they're on clutches, where they're on retakes, things of that sort. Now, I still do expect this round to this map to comfortably go to Copenhagen Wolves, but they're certainly showing a lot of signs of weakness here and there that Force Reload nearly capitalized upon in the previous round. Mid-aggression is the name of the game for Force Reload, who want to get a bit of a head start on this round. Jackinio. Ooh. Engagement. Nade is good, and following it up with bullets is even better. Now, that's going to pressure Shane to start making a move towards A.
Yeah, this is right now a situation where Shane just needs to stay alive for as long as possible. He's bought all the rotations in the world from the C teams. If you're Copenhagen Wolves on the other side of the map, you need to go, because once Shane goes down here, Forza Reload are going to realise quite quickly it's not A. So the explosion out towards this B bomb site, flashes just stalled the push for a moment. Actually, team flashes that catch them in the face, and something, he's just biding his time here. He's hearing steps all around him. Tapeware is surely aware somebody could be in this smoke. They haven't spotted out the B defender, and eventually they deal with him, but the rotations are already here. Forza Reload are already stomping and storming their way up shore. Tapeware hasn't even got out from the van yet, and somehow he's going to be able to do it. Delaney, good for just the one. And Forza Reload, they're going to be able to retake that B bomb site because something holds on for that long.
Although something doesn't get a kill there, the fact that he sticks around in the bomb site, he pops the defensive smoke and tries to play around inside it so they can't even try and force a fight onto Ben. So that's just beautifully played. They eventually try and deal with it courtesy of a nade, but it's too late by then. The Wolves now down to not a whole lot of money to their name. It's just Tapeware, who's gotten 9,000 in the bank. He's been hoarding all that money. They've all got their hands out, hoping that he'll drop a gold coin. Wouldn't hate it if pistols are in order for Copenhagen Wolves, considering it's only one man that's lined up with the money. Was that a technical timeout?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't see the little attack pop up, so. But it was too short to feel like a tech timeout.
They're the best tech timeouts, though. You just want them, you know, over and done with swiftly. Just a little plug something out, plug it back in again, and we're ready to go. We've had so many games, you know, we've been casting a while. We've definitely had some horror stories about tech issues. I'd one go on for like an hour and a half one time. Yeah. Not ideal. Neither is taking a monster of a HE towards the B apartments right now. Copenhagen Wolves spring a trap and a surprise on that B bomb site, but it's not much a surprise. Somebody leaked the information because Forza Reload, they have everybody here that they need to swat this one away. Jaquinho, nice deagle headshot. At least give himself an opportunity, but they just won't even make their way out of the apartments. It's a shutdown of a round. It's another one for Forza Reload in their back pocket as they're slowly but surely clawing their way back into this game.
Mirage might not be as foregone of a conclusion that we were teeing it up to be at the start. That's exactly what we want to see, especially when the prize is a potential playoffs qualification. Money on the line if you can make it all the way through. This is a round that has Forza Reload written all over it, though.
I hope so. That dink is not going to do you any favors, but yeah, still. It's looking pretty clean right now for Forza Reload. You might lose a couple of players as Belaney is scavenging for an upgraded pistol. He will get his hands on that deagle. Can he put it to good use? As they swing out onto the bomb site. Oh, Spirit, keep your gun out, mate. You do not want to be quick switching to a nade there. He gets it up in time. It's a clean round, and yeah, look, I mean, the bank accounts are being built up. Forza Reload are level. Copenhagen Wolves, yes, they're coming back with a buy, but if I'm Forza Reload, I'm happy that I was able to stabilize this quickly.
And this bit of quick stability is also going to give them much more margin of error later down in the game. Also, it thins out the money a bit for Copenhagen Wolves, so fewer gun rounds that they're going to have to play against. We'll see how far Forza Reload can take this 3-3. Surprisingly enough, Something's being very conservative with his money and still sticking on to that MP9. He's played this position before, so it might be a bit anticipated, but he's got the bait and switch setup going for him on courtesy of the B site anchor. Copenhagen Wolves definitely leaning a bit more towards the side of B. That's where they're getting their utility lined up. Something is going to have to go big. Customer's responsibility right now is to make sure that all the attention's going to be on him. Oh no, Something's been caught. He's not going to be able to play the bait and switch setup, and there's actually quite a bit going on here in middle. Belaney, he's going to let them cross. Oh, that's criminal that Rexy gets away with it. 2 versus 2. A round that should have already been done and dusted is one that Copenhagen Wolves are still going to have to fight for. Shady, first one to go through. First one marching into the fight. An AWP shot being missed is a prime opportunity that just didn't come to light. And this is where if I'm Rexy, I'm scurrying for the hills, and he's read my mind. Best case scenario.
I mean, it's a big weapon that you have to purchase, and this is where you're kind of happy that, you know, the last couple of rounds that you've won are as clean as they were, because your investment isn't really going to be affected all that much. But that was a real good opportunity for Forza Reload to just get themselves out in front and begin to open the distance. Unfortunately, you don't get exactly what you want in this life. And, Something Probably could have got away with that. Delaney really could have just sealed the round here. It's just a mess of a spray control that Rexy somehow gets away with. Because Rexy was so low HP, he got the AWP to play out the round with. Probably a better option just leaving that with Shady. Could have maybe taken down the bench player, and then I suppose a reload could have had a round. Once again, Copenhagen Wolves are going to be over towards this B bomb site. They're loving this side of the map right now, and again they're going to try and hit it out. Big HE to land on Delaney, take away a little bit of damage, but here they come and something simply can't stop them.
Fantastic hold from Force Reload. It's just Tapeware and Jaquinho who are stuck far away from each other. One of them in apartments and one who can flank from middle. Unfortunately, not really a whole lot you can do here. Tapeware rerouting from market, but by the time he's set up to do anything, they'll just be zeroed in on his position. A 1v3 possible, but no longer probable with how much info has been given up. Chased by a nade, narrowly misses. Coming out for the 1v3, but the op waiting for him is too much.
Cosme, 13-4. He's having an incredible start to this Mirage. Hitting absolutely every shot that he needs to, but that B bomb site is looking a little bit of a problem, and no wonder Copenhagen Wolves are hitting it over and over again. Yes, the kind of secondary hold is good because the rotations are that quick out towards middle, but the initial hold there from something, nothing to be proud of, but still. Now you're just going to be up against the pistols. There's an AK in the mix, and what I'm noticing for us is there's not too many defaults so far on this Copenhagen Wolves side. It is just a lot of off the spawn calls. They're just going to send Delaney out with this AK, and trades are okay. Shady picking one more off, needs the assistance to arrive now. That HE is surely going to be on the money, and it is dropping the bomb, but still there's chances, especially with Tapeware in towards the window. Never mind, chance bit and gone. It's Forza Reload finally getting themselves into the lead. Copenhagen Wolves, they'll come back with everything that they can afford, which in all honesty is not much.
You know, this is starting to get a bit scary now. If you look at the money for Copenhagen Wolves, they lose this round and they're suddenly in the dumps. There's a world where they give up 7, maybe even 8 rounds to Force Reload, and that's exactly what you're trying to avoid when you're supposed to be the top dogs on the server. I will say, though, we should be expecting some teething issues from the Wolves, considering that it's still not been an incredibly long tenure for this current iteration of the roster. Mid-control established, and Force Reload will respond by going into full passivity, playing all the way from the back of the site. Something, though. Instant headshot onto Tapeware. My, oh my, this flank brewing as well is going to make a conversion onto a bomb site impossible. It's a tri-fold fork being brought out from Force Reload, and every single angle that the Wolves try to scurry off into, there's going to be a pair of jaws waiting to gobble them up.
This is not the T-side I was expecting from Copenhagen Wolves, but still, even at that, 4 rounds is still okay, because you have the possibility to just snatch one of these last 2. You've got a CT side coming up that you need to do a little bit better, but that tactical timeout right now would just lead me to believe that they know that the weight of these last 2 rounds is absolutely massive for Copenhagen Wolves. They need to make sure that everybody's going to be on point. If they can snatch away, a pistol round that they're going to come with here, just a little bit of a set piece to get them onto a bomb site, get a bomb planting, maybe cause a headache for Force Reload, that's going to be perfectly ideal, because if you don't, if we're talking an 8-4 half in favour of Force Reload, I don't know. I really don't know about Copenhagen Wolves' chances because they have not blown me away so far in this series. Forza Reload have been the much better team, and it's been on show so far in these last couple of rounds.
Big opportunity for Forza Reload. Copenhagen Wolves, lots to do, but only sidearms to do it with. Perfectly timed Molotovs is going to impede their progression. As we go into A, there's a nade that's chucked right into the Wolves' faces. Spirit not wanting to reveal himself till the bitter end. He's eventually caught by the Tech 9, and now an AK-47 has been recovered, so suddenly things are a tad bit more doable for the Wolves. Bomb goes down. And it's a 4 versus 4 retake. One of them a little bit too far away from the action. Weapons exchanging hands to accommodate lower HPs. But this second kill from Andu is everything. Shady's still trying to fight back though. Andu keeps lining them up. With the recovered AK-47, he's done all the damage and more. But Cosme still has a sliver of a chance. Smoke deployed. Flashes over. Just wants to try and stick the bomb. But there is no way in hell that Tapeware is going to allow it. Copenhagen Wolves with a very unlikely round.
Yeah, very unlikely one, but that's just the round that they needed. Man, that is so important, and it just changes, really, the trajectory of this game completely in my mind, because it was going 100% in the favor of Forza Reload. Now I'm not too sure. That's a big opportunity, and I love the way that they've taken attack pause to discuss, to, you know, say, alright, this is what we're going for. Make sure everybody is ready because we need to take this round. And luckily, for their sake in this series, they grasp it with both hands. Let's not forget, they are a map down. This is their map pick. Need to make sure that you are as competitive as possible, even on the weaker side. This time Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to creep out middle. AWP towards under, that's going to rip a head off. Something swings out, guaranteed only one, but this AWP still could do a lot of damage. But there's just so many bodies just ready to fight and ready to swing at any given moment that they simply overpower and outnumber Copenhagen Wolves towards mid. It's Shane that is now outnumbered, a very similar situation, a 1 versus 3. Information on 2, but you have no idea where the third has gotten off to, and you know surely that it is about time somebody's going to peek into you, and Cosme will just shut him down. Cap off an amazing half for him. 17-5 he's going to finish up, and 7-5 for Forza Reload. Faraz, I think Forza have done pretty much all that they could there.
Yeah, pretty much. How are you feeling about this game now? With Forza Reload showing perhaps even more promise in the early days of Mirage, if anything.
I'm feeling a lot better about their chances than Copenhagen Wolves, because Copenhagen Wolves, you know, they've got 5 rounds. I'm pretty sure only one of them was a gun round. The rest of them, it was pistol, conversion, gun round. Then up against another little half boy. And then the Tech 9 round. They've only won a single gun round, I believe. So that's why I'm just a little bit concerned about it. But the pistols and conversions have gone their way. So They're hoping that they can do the exact same. Problem is, they've already lost this B bomb site. Yes, they've got a man advantage, but Forza Reload can get set up very quickly in these post plants. They should be ready for the CTs to make their way out, and they're all coming through market.
I mean, they're set up, right? But it's still a man disadvantage. Ooh, the bench player does so much work. Rexy, an important kill to be finding, but now they have info on all three. Rexy's still fighting back. Jaquinho, too many missed shots, but eventually recovers. Into the bomb site we go. And these duels are difficult to come by. Jaquinho needs to be landing more shots. Tapewar finally gets it done. And with 1 kill apiece, Copenhagen Wolves are right back in it.
Right back in it. It looked great, really, from the early going of that retake, right, for the T's, because they find 2 kills. They instantly shut down, you know, the first 2 making their way out, and the man advantage was turned in their favor. Problem was, both players fall in a matter of moments. Bomb wasn't planted for them, so you can understand why they need to think that they want to swing and take those fights. But unfortunately, fights don't go their way. Copenhagen Wolves take the pistol. At least you've got the bomb plant down, and they've got a really good investment with 5 Galils. But this is a round where you're just going to see a lot of swinging and a lot of fighting. This is getting awkward here in towards jungle. It's a double from Shane to at least keep him competitive, but he can get no more on the site. The Galils just run them down in jungle, run them down on that A-bomb site. And Belaney, there's nothing to do here but save. Forza Reload, they've had a great call there to just walk down mid, boost up in towards the window, and just converge on that A-bomb site, take that jungle control away from Copenhagen Wolves. And this is a big price to pay, because you slip further behind, you can't invest again, so you have to hope that this M4 is at least kept alive for the next. But there is a chance that he drops this here. There is a chance that Belaney does lose his life in a moment if he doesn't turn back to check towards that A-bomb site in a minute, which he does. But still, Kuzmi is just ready, and he has been sharp, man. 3 kills in that round, 20 kills already on this map. Kuzmi wants to get this one done in 2.
Force reload. Looking pretty fantastic already. But there will be some pushback from Copenhagen Wolves. You can bet your life on it. Into A we go. And although an opening pistol kill was good, it's not going to be enough to pay the bills here. Belaney still playing up close and personal, though. 5-7 pops off. That spirit down, and there's also some change in terms of damage. Something trying to chase it down with a nade. Does get some damage onto Tapeware, but a 3v3 with one of them being low. This is possible. Andu's flank is perfect. He's doing more damage with the MAC-10. They need to capitalize on the timing. Something will be caught, and there is nothing that Rexy can do when he's stuck in the sandwich with no bullets. Copenhagen Wolves, what a resurgence.
What a resurgence, but again, it's Forza Reload, you know, making their way out in a round that they're very much the favourites in. They get onto that bomb site, they take all that control, even with a man disadvantage. It just comes down to which shots, missed opportunities, and we've seen a couple of those rounds on Nuke, and Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to be able to punish them. That was Forza Reload's real chance to get themselves into a massive lead to maybe close out this map. Still though, it's a far from comfortable scenario for Copenhagen Wolves. You do the hard part there, you do the dirty work, you win that round, but still, there's a massive danger in the server. And that is your lack of consistency. But what has been consistent throughout this Mirage is B hits over and over and over again. And this is going to be absolutely no different. They're already making their way up, trying to get out. Andu is going to be able to stop the first in its tracks. Belaney locking in 2 more kills. And this is simply no bueno for Forza Reload. They are not going to be allowed into that bomb site once more.
Is this where the tides start to turn for the Wolves? Seeming very likely. Belaney has just been such a deadly force for them, though. I mean, where we were a bit worried that the fragging power isn't coming out from the side of Copenhagen Wolves, now, even with Shane sitting on, what, 3 or 4 kills, we're seeing the likes of Belaney just single-handedly destroy so many rounds. I believe it was his duelie skills that kicked things off, and, well, we're seeing some of that performance here on the CT side as well.
Yeah, and I just can't believe, you know, the chance that Forza Reload have had there a moment ago to really just destroy the money and find those openings, extend their lead. This time it's just the pistols trying to sprint out to maybe even get a bomb plant, but they try and take jungle and up against the rifles. No smokes, no flashes. It's going to be no problem whatsoever for the likes of Copenhagen Wolves. Even with that kill from Cosme, he is still firing back. He is still trying to just keep himself warm, because he is going to be a massive, massive part of this Forza Reload side. He's going to be the real difference maker in these last couple of rounds. If he can hit the shots, if he can find the impact that he's been having all Mirage long, he can maybe change this one. But as for right now, it's Copenhagen Wolves in the driver's seat. It's all the momentum with them. And they're only looking for 4 more rounds. Completely doable.
Although it's been fantastic so far from Forza Reload to be a very potent threat on Copenhagen Wolves' map pick, they might be stuck in a rut now. Mid control starting to be established by Forza Reload. They've also got a couple inside ramp to have that 2-fork approach eventually. They're setting Cosme down short as well. Oh, Shane's just not going to be precedented. In the meantime, though, they're going to start trying to cook something up here on A.
Swinging before the smoke blossoms. That's going to be an easy gobble up for Tape, where I'd be very surprised if they get this bomb plant down, but somehow Shady is going to get it down. Won't get away, though. And now it's all on Spirit. Doesn't even get a chance, man. He's destroyed over the top of Tetris. And Copenhagen Wolves, that's an easy round. Didn't even break a sweat there, picking that one up. 5 alive, money's completely fine. Momentum is massively in your favour. Forza Reload. Now, with it all to do with a severe lack of money as well. But I don't know about you, Faraz, but I'm looking at that round and I'm just thinking it can't be that easy. It just cannot be that easy for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, the resistance being offered before was of a completely different caliber from Forza Reload. I appreciate that they take the liberty to take a timeout. It's very important for them to get everything sorted out. Now, the good thing is, well, hang on, never mind. I've just misread the stats. The bad thing is that Forza Reload doesn't quite like playing Ancient. Or at least they haven't played it all that much. When they played it against Sashi before, which, you know, is a very respectable team in their own right, they did win 13-10, so I guess that's something to go off of, but we haven't really collected enough reliable data on Force Reload and their map pool, so gonna have to take everything with a bit of a grain of salt. Force Reload trying to send these Tech 9s up booking.
Tapework gets out of harm's way, in all honesty. He was in big danger. He's not going to walk back. Oh, surely he gets punished. Yeah, he will, big time. Still though, there's a couple of rifles here that can be a real difference maker. Spirit is going to actually fade away into under. Still trying to take this fight, because he knows if he kills Andu, that's 2 players A side that have already been dropped. Missed it. Jungle Peak now, the window boost right now, and Andu is going to be dealt with. Delaney, surely you don't walk through there. Surely you don't go right through the murder hole. In the meantime, everybody on A has just been dealt with. Shady going to try and get his hands on that rifle. Bomb planted, and Copenhagen Wolves, you've built up a massive bank account. But this one is just out of the question. I think you've just got this one wrong, unless the kills are going to be found instantly. But Delaney dropped. Scope is going to be heard at Jacquinho, so Force a Reload. They can even send it out to try and catch Jacquinho saving. Make sure that he doesn't save anything at all. Still, won't matter this round, but further down the line, when they're drawn into a war of attrition, it could pay them massive dividends if they just get this up out of his hands.
Big round to be picking up for Force Reload. But there's so much more to do. The fact that they've allowed the Wolves' economy to become such a Goliath, that is something that's going to come back to bite them. I think it was like 4 or 5 rounds in a row for the Wolves that allowed them to get to this point. Still, it's just a singular round in between them and the tie-up. This round's going to matter a lot. Pretty heavy investments going into this one. The Wolves still have some pennies in the back pocket, but nothing to fund a retirement with. And you know what? With the positions that Force has right now, they might be going for something a little bit faster. This might not be expected at all. Crouch walking, clearing the angles. Everybody's playing towards connector and jungle. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. Something finds the opener, and as Tapewear is going away, it's the flames that are nicking at his feet. What?
What are we doing?
What did I just watch?
What are we doing?
What was that? Was that 2 knife kills on your teammates? What the hell did I just watch? This is the wrong kind of history being made, my friends. Andu, though, he's gonna get punished. Rexy's still fighting back, and it's still an advantage, but Tapewear's on for the war. On from stairs, Cosme's gonna be down. It's just Spirit remaining in a 1 versus 2. 2 angles to find a deadly crossfire. The flashbang is perfect. Spirit's down in terms of the bullets. He's gonna be smoked off the angle, but he still finds the headshot, and it's the stick! And he narrowly gets it. Copenhagen Wolves, they get it. But Force Reload, what the hell are you guys doing?
Oh my god, I've seen some horrors in my lifetime casting this game. That's crazy.
Way.
2 team knife kills.
I don't get it.
Like, why are you swinging your knife around in the first place? I don't understand. I really don't. And it's very rare that I'm actually kind of lost for words. But
Where did that second knife kill even happen?
I have no idea.
I
mean, you can see it on their faces as well. They know that that is one of... And that's an all-timer. That is an all-timer of a fuck-up. Excuse my French. But that is.
Yeah, that's a quick r/global offensive special. Yeah, we're gonna need a breather for that one.
Yeah. A little bit of a breather. I mean, It's one of those ones, if you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. But the tears might be flowing. I mean, because that was a big chance of maybe just getting a little bit closer on this map. Instead, you now move into this next round. You lose that AWP. You've got something that is pretty much trapped in towards the apartments. He might have an opportunity to walk on out, but it's just a big risk trying to push past that smoke now. Copenhagen Wolves, they should have everything that they want in this round, man. They've got a really good read on what's going on. 2 players, you know, over towards that B bomb site, even with Forza Reload making their way over. The boost is going to come in as well, and he's going to be top bulk. It's just a difficult position to clear.
Oh, something's not going to be expecting it at all. And has been such a gem in all these positions. It's Forza Reload taking a pummeling and a half. Although Cosme's trying to fight back. Chances that he gets this round are next to impossible. Very slim margins. Wow, what a shot. And now it's possible. He's got the right idea as well, but a great crouch peek from Tapeware is going to be his demise. 12-9 from Copenhagen Wolves, and much of that could have been avoided, I feel. I fear.
How fun would you say the demo review is going to be of this map?
I feel like that's the type of demo that your analyst doesn't review. It's the type of demo that your therapist reviews.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I kind of want my therapist to review it. I think I'm more, like, scarred than these guys are. Like, me just even witnessing it. That is,
Is there a support group for this, or?
We should make one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you have been affected by what you've seen the last couple of rounds, please reach out to us. You're not alone.
With a small deposit of $5,000, we will fix your troubles. And then you will never hear from us ever again.
I mean, could we never hear from Forza Reload again? It's another team kill. This time you actually get something from it though, right? The wallbang is going to be hit, and still it's not going to change the outcome of this round, it would seem. Belaney's the last player standing as Forza Reload. They still have a little bit of fight in them. They're not giving up on this map just yet. It's not completely out of the question. And we know that they can force an OT. We've seen it on Nuke. Need to make sure that Belaney doesn't find a gap, and no, he nearly did. Smear comes back just to check him, to drop him, and to secure a tent. Oh, the money. Oh no. I didn't catch that. But, whereas that money is not pretty. Forza Reload, I'd fancy them to get an OT now.
If they somehow get a 2-0 here with what we witnessed today, I would be very disappointed in the Wolves. But
yeah,
it's possible now still. And you're right. Money's not great. Even with the loss bonus, you chuck in 1,900 on top of whatever you've got right now. That's still not AWPs coming out. Their best buy can come off of... Best case scenario is that they win this round and pick up Forza Reloads. Wait, hang on. No, they're on 12, so that doesn't even matter. Right, so they're doomed to pistols, and they're doomed to MP9s. Maybe throw FAMAS in there, you know. I guess Shane is good for an M4 setup in the next one, but man, are we going to have to grasp at straws for this one.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, man, that we're kind of... Like, this one isn't over and done with after, you know, the absolute just mess over towards A. And this... I mean, we're talking about and having a laugh and a joke about the Forza Reload demo review. Imagine the demo review for Copenhagen Wolves if they don't close this one out.
Oh. That's a couple weapons. This could really go wrong. They're getting ready for An early entry into the A bomb site. Shady 1v1, and there's no way Copenhagen Wolves get away with that. Yep. Send that one to the therapist, my friend. Copenhagen Wolves never should have been able to get away with this round. It's just pistols. And I am sure Force Reload are going to be having a chat in the locker room about that one. Because that was a disaster. 2 big fumbled opportunities to close it out 2-0. And Ancient isn't even something that they can look forward to.
Yeah, man. Look, I don't even know what to say about those last couple of rounds. You know, it feels a little bit poetic that, you know, Copenhagen Wolves win it in that fashion too. And to be honest, they probably do deserve to get to a decider there, because if Forza Reload close it out, if Forza Reload closed that out in 2, it just goes against everything that I believe in. After that mess, the double knife. So yeah, look, we get to see an Ancient, and I agree with you that Forza Reload, I don't think they can look forward to a map like Ancient. I think Copenhagen Wolves, it's a map that they absolutely love to play and are very happy to have a decider on this map, even though, you know, their win percentage isn't as good as, you know, what we have seen on a Mirage. I think their Ancient is honestly much better. It's a map that, you know, Tapeware can really maneuver his team in certain positions. Andu really loves that map and seems to actually perform to a pretty high level. So I think Forza Reload once again are going to have their work cut out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to wait a little while until we get there. We're going to be sending it into a short little break. Make sure not to go anywhere. We've got a decider map coming up in this very exciting best of 3. You definitely don't want to miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, puffed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. I can't believe we're saying this after what we saw, but we are, in fact, going to a third map. It kind of felt like Force Reload were in the groove. It felt like they had everything lined up, but not only did they lose a round to an eco to end things, they also had a round where they had 2 team knife kills to make it possible for Copenhagen Wolves. That, my friends, is almost inexcusable. What are your thoughts on that, on that Surfer?
It's very rare that, you know, we kind of witness a round that
We've never witnessed that.
Like, no, but not even just that, right? It was almost like, do you ever see Men in Black where they have like the pen that like wipes your memory? That round literally just wiped my memory of the entire map. Don't ask me what happened before. Don't ask me what happened after. That's all I can remember. It's literally ingrained. It's been burned into my mind. That we seen that, and then I just remember Copenhagen was winning an eco to close it out. So probably deservedly we do go to a third. But to talk about an ancient, yeah, Forza Reload, it's very difficult to kind of see them having a chance on this one, because this is just a map the Copenhagen Wolves play nearly every single series. Still pretty consistent on it. You know, they have a 50-50 chance of winning it. It's not perfectly ideal, but against a team that doesn't play it all that much, you'd really be expecting them to just walk into this map, even with how inconsistent this game has been, and just make sure that they take full advantage and book their spot in the playoffs.
For sure. I think either team have had an opportunity to just advance to the playoffs, right? We've seen Copenhagen Wolves making mistakes on map number 1. We've seen big mistakes from Force Reload in the second one. And I feel like, I mean, I'm not going to be like BM and say Clash of Trash just yet, but even though some mistakes have been egregious, I do feel like we're kind of meeting both teams in a position where they're very vulnerable to mistakes. But the reason I'm not going to say that they're like playing poorly or anything is because their highs have also been really good. Like, we've seen Belani be really good. We've seen Andu have so many nice performances, right? Seen the same on the side of Force Reload. I don't want to sort of shroud that entire performance from both teams with just the mistakes, right? You can't really define them by just their mistakes, because the game has been so much more than that.
I agree it has, but some of the things that we've seen today have been crazy, man, and it is very difficult to kind of look back on the positives, but yeah, there has been positives. You're not wrong. It hasn't been all doom and gloom. Shady's had some nice moments for Forza Reload. Cosme had a really good Mirage and was really the shining light as we looked at that one, and I thought he was going to be the real difference maker to get that one over the line. Something as well on map 1 had some really big moments, but now we move over onto an ancient, and now we look to see, is there going to be more shining lights, or is it going to be more of the mistakes that are going to be highlighted here? And lovely pick off for the first and Forza Reload. Now we'll still try and go with their plan of getting out onto this 8 bomb site, but it's not going perfectly. Rexy finding a kill over towards mid is at least something, but Copenhagen Wolves, they still have 2 players here trying to hold on to the site tape, whereas one of them just good for the 1, and Andu tucking in towards Temple is instantly going to be dropped by something.
Off to a great start for Force Reload, but we know how deadly Delaney can be with those two Berettas. 2 pistols. Are they going to be enough for 3 players? We're about to find out! It's so messy! But the heads being narrowly missed means that Force Reload can march on to their first round on Ancient.
Yeah, pissed around under their belt, and it honestly had a few hiccups in it. There was a few bumps that I thought that maybe Forza Reload were going to stumble on, but it was, in the end, a pretty straightforward one, and so should this be. I mean, just dodge the pistol stack, dodge the flashbang, and you're looking good. And it looks like they will at least be able to do that. And the pistol round and conversions are pretty important when you're going onto a map that you're not as well versed on as your opponent. Need to, you know, get these so-called gimme rounds just under your belt. As many as you can. Now, if we're continuing with the theme of this game, though, this flash is going to be the best flash in the world. And the USPs are just going to cause a ruckus on this bomb site.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No. Ambitious. And it's good to be ambitious, Jack. Doesn't always pay dividends, though.
It doesn't. But, I mean, what's the point of being boring and just saying, yeah, 100% they're going to lose that round? No. They had a chance.
True. Some delusion goes a long way.
Oh, yeah.
It was definitely delusion that carried them to a 13-10 finish when they won a round with an eco. Always got to be hopeful.
You just can't write them off in any scenario, you know? And while you're hopeful.
It's like there's an underlying conversation about our careers in between the cracks of our conversation.
It feels like it, alright. This is a nice play though from Forza Reload. A really good call first gun round that, you know, they were expecting Copenhagen Wolves to go aggressive in towards middle, and it was a heavy mid setup that they just take this bomb site, they get this bomb down, and they take a lot of control. Still have a lot of util to just keep dumping smokes as well to keep Copenhagen Wolves out. It's a difficult one to retake that they're just going to have to try and swing, take risks, but very little reward right now, and it's just been rewarding the T's with a couple of kills, and definitely the round. Forza Reload doing exactly what they needed to in the first gun, and that is just an instant shutdown call.
Nice couple of collections from Andu to at least keep the economy honest for Force Reload, but a stellar start to Ancient, a map that Force Reload have not really had too much experience on, but the experience that they have had, for example, their game against Sashi earlier, that was a 13-10 finish, so pretty hopeful that they're going to continue to perform. And this is where they can try and rack up a sample size. The Wolves feeling a little bit lost right now with how little weaponry they've got. They try and chuck over util onto middle to take control of it, but the thing is, this commitment to middle also taps them out of A. And that's where the crux of the action is going to be taking place from Force Reload. Jaquinho on the angle with the Eagle.
Again, I mean, A play, good util usage to get out. You can't really contest it if you're Copenhagen Wolves. Smokes are good, bomb's going to go down, and you're not going to lose anybody. Right now, if you're Forza Reload, the swings need to be good once again, but it looks like it's going to be a similar story that 2 players fall in Temple, and this should be the save from Copenhagen Wolves. So far, Forza Reload have had some really good rounds called, exploiting the gaps in the defense, and Copenhagen Wolves, unfortunately, they just haven't had the manpower nor the weaponry to make that adjustment.
add those to the highlight reel, to the quick little portfolio. I really like Something's camera angle because he keeps reminding us that what's in his head is all that matters. It's a mind game. You don't need to see anything but his forehead.
Yeah, there is always some interesting camera angles that you see.
I remember Josh and I had this casted this one team, and all their camera angles were just all over the place. Like one person just had their torso, one of them had an arm, one of them had like a forehead, one of them had like the lower half of their face. So if you put all of those cameras together, you could make one human body.
The Exodia of player cams.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, I think the forehead cam is definitely the best one. What about this Forza Reload? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Of let's just go A over and over again.
Back. Sorry, I got distracted.
Okay.
Oh, 1-for-1 trades. There's still a window of opportunity for the Wolves to come right back into this A-bomb site. Bomb still far from being ticked down. Flashbang's gonna assist him to go through. Spirit already playing the anti-flash position, but there's not much utility for the T's to hold them back. This first duel matters a lot. Spirit will be found, and Rexy on the boosted angle is simply going to be found out. Belaney and Jaquinho quickly trying to get on the bomb. The Molotov is perfect. He's gonna push them off the angle, and regardless of whether or not Belaney gets the kill there, the bomb site itself is just too hot to get on the bomb. 5-0 start for Forza Reload against all odds. And that's also coming off the back of a game that should be killing their confidence in theory.
Yeah, in theory, but it hasn't affected them whatsoever. Maybe a little bit of delusion that we talked about. Yeah, maybe they do have it in fourfold, right? Because this is looking great. And, I mean, it's been an easy job so far for the IGL. Just every round, let's just call an A-rush. And nothing that Copenhagen Wolves can do to stop it, it would seem. And I wonder, like, are we just going to see A plays over and over and over again? Surely eventually you're going to have to, like, just not call it and just do something else. Because eventually Copenhagen Wolves are just going to stack the bomb site. You'd hope.
Eventually, yes.
Alright. This is a little bit different. And yeah, look, you've got two players pushing in. Two players up close. They are going back into what would be... might look like an A play. Might just explore out towards mid either. So... still, this is the slowest round that we've seen so far in the game. And there's dangers lurking around any corner. This XM, though, if Tapeware even thinks about going for a peek, the op would have shut him down.
Up close and personal, Andu alongside Tapeware, a deadly combo with the MP9 and shotgun. Oh no, something's been caught out. Thought he would get punished there for his position, but they're going to quickly try and scale onto B. Something isn't going to be checking the right side angle because he's way too focused on the cave player. But Delaney, this is prime real estate for him to be establishing, and Something still could get it done, but Delaney is too fast. Copenhagen Wolves get around off the back of some very, very nice close-up angles.
Yeah, and this is where Forza Reload go back to calling A rushes. Because that just didn't work out. The slow approach, the slow play, you walk into the SMG and shotgun, and it's just so easy for them. Forza Reload, a little bit all over the place, making their way up, and just unchecked angles end up costing them. This time a little bit aggressive out towards middle, but that's been instantly shut down, swatted away. Shady just bested by Tapeware. The spam through the smoke good enough to grant the IGL a kill. Forza Reload. Gonna wait out these smokes and hopefully take control of mid. But it's been given to them. Copenhagen Wolves just not contesting it, leaving Andu on a jiggle. He's just making sure that the Red Room wrap cannot happen. And just happy enough to play this one passive. A man up.
Ooh, good connection from Rexy. Big gap in the defenses now is going to force out the rotations from the Wolves. They can't bunker down on B as they once were. And suddenly, this eventual play that Forza Reload are cooking up will now have so much more potential behind it. With one player on the rotations. And Spirit moving in from behind to act as that third prong. It's going to make it so much harder to hold on. Molotov is perfect. Pushes Shane back a little bit. It should incentivize the rotations again. It's still 3 players to contend with on the bomb site itself, Jack.
Forza Reload just make their way out, save where at least picks up 1 kill, but it's difficult to just find a way in here. I mean, Forza Reload are just holding on, locking this one in. Jaquinho is a million miles away as well, so if Bellini wants to go, he's going to have to go on this endeavor solo. Luckily for him, the players are quite low. There's a molly, there's a HE on Jaquinho as well. It needs to be well placed and well timed. Nade, if it goes in towards Cave, it could definitely take something out of the round, but Copenhagen Wolves, they're running it way too light on time here, and they realise it. They're going to have to give this one up. Bellini's not even going to be allowed to exit. Something with that frag. It's Forza now with 6, and an AWP brought forward is a good thing. Bad news is, you are 5 rounds behind Forza Reload, and you're on the CT side of Ancient.
Bit of a breather for both parties involved. Well, all parties involved, because that includes us now.
Yeah, we do get a nice little moment to just gather our thoughts and plan out, really, or think about what way this one is going to be heading. Copenhagen Wolves.
You said we're going to get a moment, and I was thinking about you planning a date. Like, come on. And you're like, then you start talking about a game. Like, come on, dude.
Take the hint.
I'm out here aggressively blinking at you. With mascara-ridden eyes.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not good at taking hints. Like I can't lie. So it's wishful thinking. I'll pick up on that one.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves playing the A side quite conservatively, and I do kind of feel for them, because so far they've been running into the wrong, they've been bunkering down on the wrong bomb site too many times, or at the very least not having great rotations. And Forza Reload, they've done a fantastic job at conditioning them to get off of the angles. Jaquinho not pushed off courtesy of the molly. It's a 4 versus 5, and with the ace site being being structured the way it is, it's just always so difficult to get anything going. Something is eventually going to get caught by Andu here, and it's on for the 4 versus 3. They're playing a triple donut setup. This will be so hard to contend with. As long as they can play their cards right. Spirit, is he going to be anticipated? Rexy, 2 very quick kills being found. Spirit knows exactly what's up. He's ready for the headshot angle. And finding both kills here is an exercise in impossibility for Andu. Force reload, 7 rounds, and my oh my, their micro has looked so good.
Yeah, man. I mean, Force Reload, look, they've definitely come out and shocked me on this map. I was not expecting these guys to be that good. And Copenhagen Wolves, they're right there with me. They are shocked by the T-side that is being put up against them. And it's just been so simple. Like, there's been nothing crazy about what Forza Reload have been doing. They've just been doing the fundamentals well. Knowing and reading how Copenhagen Wolves have actually been playing the map, knowing that they're heavily invested in going for that mid fight, and time again just punishing them up towards A, knowing that they need to play for a piece of that A bomb site as well when it gets into the post plant, whether that be Temple, whether that be Donut, or whether that be CT. They know what fights they need to take at the right moments, and in all honesty, this is the best probably that we've seen Force Reload play all day. Their understanding for how to play this map is just absolutely perfect. It's spot on.
How nicely they've been able to control rotations from the Wolves is a testament to what you just said. You're right. Not sure why we're seeing a technical pause, but I'm glad we have a cool little graphic to show us that it is, in fact, a technical pause. There was a time where we just see the camera ominously floating around with no information whatsoever on screen. Those days are behind us. And by those days, I mean that was in the previous map.
Yeah, I like it.
Days, perhaps minutes would be more appropriate, but those minutes are behind us. I feel like I'm going to start using that.
Which the minutes are behind us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's in the same vein as, like, you know, when someone's like a couple months younger than you and say, oh, when I was your age, to refer to something that happened 2 months ago.
Yeah.
How old are you, Jack?
Oh, that was not the question I wanted. I'm gonna be.
Oh God.
I'll be 28 this year. So yeah, 27.
You're I will say that you look like a young 28 and not an old 28.
That's good, at least. I mean, I need to watch it. I need to get a little bit of a haircut, shave the beard. I could definitely pull off younger.
No, I feel like I feel like the hairdo you've got going on right now, like you've got the little emo flip going on. I think it's working wonders for you. I don't think you should get a haircut.
Oh, okay, so I should just keep it like this. Yeah. It's not by design. It's not by choice. It's just I actually haven't had my barber that I go to has literally been in Dubai for the last 3 weeks. So
he's a big baller then. You're going to some real pricey barbers, huh?
Yeah. I mean,
it's so funny because, like, people always talk about how barbers, or like, well, I guess, like, what are we gonna say, like a stylist or whatever you want to call them, because they're all the same in Pakistan, to be honest. They're supposed to be like really expensive abroad, but over here it's like, oh, you pay like $6 and you're done.
$6 is crazy, man.
And the crazy thing is, right, like my friend, like I don't really get too fancy of a haircut because my hair is like naturally curly, so I don't really need to pay that much attention to it. Like, product just does the job. But one of my friends got a fade from my barber and they charged him like $5, and I was like, what? Like, that's a thing?
I think like a haircut for me costs like 20, and like that would still be kind of like cheap nowadays.
And that's like a standard haircut, right? Like, that's not like a super complicated fade or anything.
Oh, well, like it'd be a skin fade would cost 20 quid. Like,
okay.
You know, like a
that's
0
not too bad.
into
That's
like
not...
a 1.5 or a 2. Yeah.
You would look pretty good with a low taper fade, I'll tell you that much.
We'll see. We'll see. You might get your wish.
Speaking of fade, the Wolves have been fading into obscurity as of this map. A 7-1 lead for Force Reload, which they are happy to capitalize upon further. Interestingly enough, Force haven't built that much bank off of that. They've been losing too many players. It's been all retakes. It's not been the easiest route to victory. But I do like how they're playing this very patiently. Starting to take control of Donut. They still have some players dedicated towards this B site. Something, his responsibility is to make sure that that 3-man setup on B stays the way it is, so... Hang on, they're actually going to a bit of a B split from middle.
Yeah, oh, that's a big kill. That's the biggest find of the round right there, but still, you need to flush 2 more players out of the bomb site. Smoke just really going to worry Jaquinho right now, because he doesn't know where the peak is going to come from, and that was so quick. The jiggle tap from Rexy, just shutting him down, dropping the op, and I mean, Shane has just had to hear what is going on around him. He hasn't got a chance to peek anybody. Flash telegraphed, you turn away from it, but still, it's going to be traded out. And Andu trying to really do it all. Eventually, Shane is going to reveal his position, but he's going to be instantly shut down. Andu left to try and claim them all himself, but he won't be able to do it. And Forza Reload, once again, they will just be picking up that round. A good, solid post plant. Locking in 8th. And this is an impressive showing by the young Forza side. That's crazy from Rexy.
And in this position, I'm not even sure what adjustment the Wolves are supposed to make. Like, I will say, though, that we've seen pretty much no aggression outside of mid-control being coming out from the Wolves. We saw some aggression in Donut a little while earlier, and that paid off for them. But there's so little to really write home about here. Forza Reload on the cusp of making it to a playoffs qualification. Andu nearly gets caught with his pants around his ankles because he's got his util out. And now, that's so much space being given up in the first 40 seconds. Donut smoked out, mid's taken care of. They can rotate wherever the hell they want. There is no advanced position that the Wolves can be proud of.
Oh, Cosme, you could see he was calming something right there as he was trying to sell that fake. So, caught maybe a little bit unaware by the timing of that push, and yeah, you're going to be caught out by pushes all over the map, it would seem, because Andu is going to be so fast behind right now. He's just instantly dropped by Rexy. Never mind, that's just over and done with. They try and actually go back over towards A, surely, if they know that they're going into the stack, but they still are going to try and make their way forward, and that could be their demise. Spirit trying to bail them out of this one big time. They walk right into Copenhagen Wolves, who just shut them down and swat them away like a pesky fly. Spirit, low HP, actually doing a lot of damage there. AWP, probably not the weapon for the job. The Glock will do though, and swapping over to that AK once again. No idea where Belaney's cutting off to. This is a massive 1 versus 1, but back turn. This is just going to be an easy kill. I say that. A chance given to Spirit to get his gun up, but just in the nick of time, Belaney will at least lock in a second.
Belaney was the one that was fueling all the power from Copenhagen Wolves in the previous map. For him to get a 1v1 going, it's a fitting way to be kicking off another adventure for the Wolves, but the margin of error is thinning. Shady, good collection. Oh my, oh my. If he gets anything more on top of that, or even if his teammate does, that's going to be good enough to get onto the site. But surprisingly enough, they are... What? How does Shane get away with that? He jumps right in, and with a little bit of support from Andu, Copenhagen Wolves, they're right back contesting for the driver's seat. Now, obviously, even a best-case scenario 4 rounds isn't anything to write home about, but you come back into the game, you leave the pistol round up for debate as a potential in back into the game, and suddenly we've got a game on our hands. Forza Reload. It's in their best interest to bunker down here and get a 9th. But with the weaponry they've got, there's really not much fuel for takeoff.
Let's try B once more. I actually don't hate it. The faster rounds have kind of worked out for them. Mostly towards the A bomb side. B has simply been a no-go when they've gone quickly, and Jaquinho already racking up that kill for the smoke. Oh, Shane just tries to get away, and he's had a nightmare map 2 and map 3, and it just goes from bad to worse in the last round as well. Smokes are still up. Forza Reload going to be difficult to try and hold on, so they have to try and get aggressive. Just so much damage being done through that smoke. Shady in no man's land, and that's just going to be an easy little recovery towards the end for Copenhagen Wolves. They will at least get themselves 4, but still, I just see it like a very long road to get back into this one. And just Copenhagen Wolves, again, I'm going to talk about the consistency. Again, I'm going to talk about the mistakes that they've made. It just would be a little bit foolish of me to say that 100% they have a chance in this one, because all it really takes is just 1 or 2 slip-ups, and Forza Reload really have a big opportunity to close it out.
Plenty of work to do here, but at least the window's not been shut with their fingers stuck in the windowsill.
I feel like this pistol round is a must, though, right? I think if Forza Reload, I think that's actually in Forza Reload's favor. Like, I think if Forza Reload do not win this pistol, I think they might struggle on this half. Even though we haven't seen all that much from Copenhagen Wolves. Which kind of feels weird to say, 8-4 down, or 8-4 up, should I say, but I really do think that Forza Reload might run into a few issues and a few problems. But, well, Forza Reload, no problems right now. They'll just receive the play in towards Donut, it'll get instantly shut down, and
Wow.
it does not get much cleaner than that. It simply doesn't.
That is about as convincing as you can possibly make it be. Impressive stuff. They just need to make sure that they don't give this one up now.
No investment, just Glocks. If you're Jaquinho, you're going to try and sell this fake, but not moving, Shadow Scene, and Spirit. Yeah, perfect position. Yeah, that's so easy.
Oh, yeah. That's the type of kills that you lick your fingers after.
Beautiful. Goblin's down up. He's 18 and 7, man. Spirit has had a really good game. Same with Something, too.
Beautiful.
And
Pretty quick even in slow-mo. I love how we still don't have like a solution for how when, and this is not specific to Compass, it's like every event ever, where when we show the replays, there's like this slow-mo sound of like whatever team has won is like outer terrorist in the back. I like how that's been a thing for a decade. I can't get over it.
I can't get over how dominant this has been from Forza Reload. I mean, like, we're having a laugh and a joke, but man, as that is going on, 2 kills go their way and a 3rd traded out. You've got Jaquinho and Andu. This is their buy round, and they're staring at a 2v4 that they have to try and recover. It just looks like Copenhagen Wolves are mentally checked out of this game at this stage. It really does. The jiggle's coming in here. Jaquinho, he tries to shoot a little bit early, but now Rexy is just going to back up and, well, might give him the fight eventually. Jaquinho, that double now has really got my attention. They might have a chance in this one, but that util is just going to disrupt them for a moment. It's going to buy a lot of time for Shady to get into a position, but Shady has to do it all. Jaquinho has stepped up with some massive frags here, but still, timing is going to go against him. Shady, he's got it all to do. A 1v1 with an AWP though as well. It's just one bullet. Andu, if he misses, he'll have a big opportunity, which he does. Andu is going to put him in the dirt. Copenhagen Wolves, there's some life in them yet.
It's a bit disappointing because Shady actually had a very decent start, right? He gets the opening frag, and then it's just the two individuals, Jaquinho and Andu, who were also responsible for being menaces on that first map, who were keeping Copenhagen Wolves alive. Force reload now. They're going to have to take a deep breath, pace themselves a bit, because there's not much money in the tank anymore. When two players are side by side like this, but either refuses to move, it kind of makes me think of how bishops, when they're standing right next to each other on a chessboard, they can't attack each other, but they're in each other's faces.
That's a fantastic analogy. Oh, you're lucky I can't move that way. Oh, man. Yeah, that's... I never even thought of that. That is perfect. Thank you so much. That's actually made my day.
And not the part where you had an opportunity to go out with me? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, sorry. Actually,
I'm making your day, you're ruining mine? Come on. Well, Copenhagen Wolves, gonna have to watch out a little bit, actually. Does he lose his life here? Yes, he does. And that's an AK-47 on a silver platter being given up. Unfortunately, there's not much rocket fuel behind this, so can't really send this round into the stratosphere. A Galil, an AK, some extra money, like I'm sure they're happy with it.
Oh, they're very happy. They're a little bit, you know, probably feeling a little bit hard done by the fact that they didn't drop Delaney. You know, like, it could have been more than that. And if they actually maybe attempted to go for that round, they might have had, you know, a big opportunity to actually steal it away. Because that's, you know, how competitive it was looking at a moment. But I really don't hate that they've saved an AK and a Galil here. It just makes this buy, you know, a whole lot more sustenance behind it. Really begin to try it here in these next couple of rounds. If they're able to deny Copenhagen Wolves this one, it's just a big momentum swinger. But the same goes for the other way. If Copenhagen Wolves are able to pick this one up 100%, we have to consider them to maybe be with a chance to come back into this. Mid-peak's going to happen. Jaquinho looking to continue his form, but it's only the single this time. Shane, though, gets his refrag.
Oh, this is still being kept very competitive by the Force Reload boys. The fact that Shane is so low does give a pretty decisive advantage to Force Reload, but of course, having the potential of AK-47s in your hands always leaves you one mouse click away from an advantage. A sight in their targets, that's what they want to go for. Not much util, a couple of flashes, you throw a molly in there as well, but no real way to obscure vision. Cusme already getting set up in position to swing out, especially after Shady takes contact. Uh-oh. Wow, I can't believe Shady hits that, but still not an easy affair at all. Cusme is going to finally expose himself, and it's Tape War in a 1v2. Can the IGL get it done? That's one. Is he on for a second? He's got the lineup. Missing quite a few bullets. Will he recover? Tucked behind the box. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's all about the footwork, and Tapeware is gonna win the dance.
Insane clutch right there, right? I mean, Tapeware, man, he has those moments in him. You know, he is an IGL that can really just step up and deliver in those big moments too, because that's really just a round that you need to win, and especially after losing Andu, right? Like, all the pressure is on him, knows that he has to get aggressive and is able to isolate the duels nicely, bides his time, doesn't rush into any gunfight there whatsoever. But Copenhagen Wolves know that, you know, they have to be a little bit cleaner on these gunfights. They have to stop giving away silly kills, and, you know, Belaney has walked through that cave smoke twice and just instantly died. That has to stop. I understand he only had an SMG there. You know, you might think that he has an opportunity to take a risk, to take a little bit of space, but, you know, he's been punished for that over and over again. So that needs to really be addressed, because it is just, you know, you throwing your life away for absolutely nothing. Oh, the swing. Oh no. Shady's already picked up a kill. Shady's got 2. Shady's got 3. Oh my god.
And they're chasing after him.
He's still alive. Shady. Okay, right. Eventually he's going to be put down. He's done the heavy lifting. He's done the hard work now. The pistols just need to group together and clean this one up. Something can pick up a rifle as well. That HE does a lot of damage, trying to just offer some support to Spirit, but they're just getting picked off one by one.
They've got to watch out. Something in the back lines. Now it's become a bit too obvious. This bait is being telegraphed, but something's gonna find one. Tapeware once again put in an awkward position where he has to go for a clutch.
Oh.
He'll be caught by the 5-7 though, and a quick punch will take him out. Four's reload against the odds will get an 11th round. The Wolves hanging on by a thread. Although their tournament life isn't being threatened just yet, allowing what should be a lesser team on paper to go forward into playoffs by stepping on your face. It's a difficult pill to swallow.
It really is, man, and that's a sore round to lose. That is a disaster, and oh, you wait until it goes live and then you call attack timeout. That's disgusting work from Foy's Reload. That is absolutely horrible. Just marinating that if you're Copenhagen Wolves. Just sit there. And that 100%. There's absolutely no tactics being discussed in this one, by the way. That is just 100% to tilt Copenhagen Wolves over the edge. And I don't blame them. Well, Shady actually might have gotten up, so maybe he actually did need to... Alright, 2 people are just AFK? And we actually do see attack pause. So everybody has gotten up from their chairs to, you know, take a little bit of a break. Maybe got a little bit too excited about that last clutch.
Bit of a breather. Was that my PC?
No. The words were about to come out of my mouth as well.
I was just gonna say it because I mean, if it's happened, it's happened, right? But yeah, 11-7. Copenhagen Wolves are definitely having more tech issues. Well, by technical, I mean the different sense of saying the word technical. 1-for-1 trades as we head into the B-bomb site. Tapeware committed to the plant. And its faster approach is actually going to pay really nice dividends for Wolves. But hang on. The stray bullets finding a kill here suddenly bust the doors wide open here, Jack.
You've got a big chance. Double swing in towards Cave right now. You've only got Tapeware to deal with. Oh, there it is. The trade is good. Right now, a little bit more pressure being put as Kuzmi's still smoked off. He's going to need to try and go through it right now. But he needs Rexy to do something. Kuzmi doesn't even need to see him. Sprays him right down. They don't spot out Jaquinho. Trade needs to come in. And Kuzmi's going to do it all. He's going to be the hero once again for Forza Reload. Defuse absolutely not a problem. And Forza Reload, could they be on their way to their very first playoffs?
Beautiful gameplay out of Forza Reload. And the fact that they have recovered after a very interesting round to interesting couple of rounds to close off the second map, it's definitely commendable.
Oh, it definitely is. Look at the state of the Copenhagen Wolves economy. Look at the state of the buy that they have here. This is just such a difficult situation to find yourself in. You're playing for survival in the series. Yes, you might not be eliminated, but still going down into that 2-2 is definitely not a place that you want to be. And it all relies on this B play. 3 players here. Shady's already stopped the first. The second one comes for free. Shady has denied this cave play. Kuzmi has denied them again. And Andu, the last player left standing, a heroic attempt needed, but he's just getting bombarded by Util. And they have been bombarded all game long. Forza Reload advance to the playoffs.
My oh my. I don't think either of us expected this outcome. And I'm not gonna lie, heading into this game, I was a bit shaken up about Forza Reload's recent form because I watched them in their Cyber Show game. That wasn't a pretty affair at all. In fact, I feel like all of the pieces that they had activating today were completely absent the last time, but I'm really happy to see that they're back on the horse. They're back into the form that got them past Sashi, they're back into the form that got them past Eklod, and once again, it will help them get past Copenhagen Wolves, and it's definitely something to be proud of to make your way to your first playoffs qualification. And also, just a great sign for the team's progression, honestly.
Yeah, look, I was wondering because, you know, when you do take a beating like that, it is difficult to bounce back, but I believe we do have an interview ready.
Yes, sir. We should have Shady on for the interview. Shady, congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs. How are you feeling, man?
Thank you, guys. I'm feeling good. A bit sad because we should win earlier, I think, but we win, so that's okay.
I wanted to ask, right? That second map, you know, I want to get the bad stuff out of the way first. What was happening on the TeamSpeak on that one round? You know what round I'm talking about, okay?
Yes, of course.
The double knife.
Yes.
What was happening on the comms?
Like, I don't know, like everyone gets stuck and don't understand what happened. Like, I don't know how it happens actually. Yes, but it's happened sometimes. Rexy was full blind. Kuzmi just was running into pit towards A and just doing left click. So I guess that's how it happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, we won't talk about that much more. That's obviously nothing you could do about it. Sometimes it happens, but it didn't cost you so much in the series. You guys obviously advanced into the playoffs. This is you know, new territory for you guys. Have you, you know, kind of learned a lot and grown a lot as a team now? You know, playing in this event, pushing through, playing against some of the top teams, and bouncing back from that Cyber Show loss that you know, you guys have showed a lot of heart.
I don't know. We just we prepare much. We just training a lot, and we need this like tournament to show people that we can play against good teams, and we can beat them for sure.
Well, I mean, you guys, yeah, you guys have done a fantastic job. Well, I'm not going to keep you here any longer, Shady. Congratulations on your victory and congratulations on making it to the playoffs. I wish you the best of luck in Compass.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Wow. You heard it from the man himself there, an impressive performance from them, and you know they take a big scalp for us, they really do. Look, a little bit of a calamity. You know, it's always good when you lose a round like that. You know, a difficult one to take and swallow, but it doesn't cost you all that much in the series. And you know, I wouldn't say a lot of people had Forza Reload going all the way into playoffs. Definitely not this early. Definitely not 3-1. But man, they've definitely impressed me. I'm excited to see what they can bring moving forward, and I don't want to say they're a dark horse, but if you underestimate them, they could definitely punish it.
For sure. Forza Reload, I mean, now they're in the position where I expect them to do big things, right? Their first win against Sashi, I thought, okay, dark horse incoming. I'm not sure how well they'll do. They got past that. They got past that cloud. And the fact that they've also, you know, completed their 3-1 with their win against Copenhagen Wolves, this team is showing a lot of promise. But of course, if you're a Copenhagen Wolves fan, if you were in Team Wolves, it's not over for you guys just yet. It is still the 2-2 bracket for them, so they still have a chance to come back. Speaking of coming back, we'll be right back after a short break, because GTZ versus Chimera is what's next on the menu. Stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. OneXBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the second menu item of the day, and as far as the menu items are concerned, we've got a second co-commentator to join me this time. Pop, did you notice I just called you a dish, a snack?
I really appreciate it, which the only kind of bad thing is I didn't get to eat yet, so that made me very hungry. But I am very excited to be alongside you all, lady, to see exactly what's going to happen between GTZ and Chimera, because I just mentioned this as we were talking, you know, there's some information that we have about the rosters, and there's going to be a stand-in that hasn't really played in a long time, so I guess we'll see when we get there. But I had a pleasure of actually seeing GTZ lately, and they're actually looking fairly interesting. I'm gonna be honest. They did play against Zero Tenacity, and it was a little weird because so their most recent best of 3 is also against Zero Tenacity. They lost horribly, but before that they actually played really well. And also the person I'm mentioning here that hasn't really played in a long time is actually Slacks. He's standing in instead of Diaz, but Slacks hasn't played since 2022.
Listen, he's been grinding, face it, okay? Have some faith in the map.
Okay, you know, I'll take that. If he's, I mean, I am mentioning that like he's not playing. He hasn't like not been playing at all, just not in a professional setting. Or is Face It a professional setting?
Face It is a professional setting. You heard it here first, folks. Well, GTZ, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I haven't watched a lot of GTZ, and I am also just familiar with some of the games that you're talking about, right? But there's some really nice wins in there. They've beaten Sashi, right? They've beaten Kono. They've had a really good result against Zero Tenacity. They had quite a few favorable results, yes, but it's also been a little bit inconsistent here and there. Now, of course, I do want to see how this roster continues to progress. They have been doing well enough, but against a team like Chimera, who we're going to be talking about next, I do feel like this is going to be a very competitive affair. Now, quickly, of course, taking a look at their map pool, we don't really have a crazy sample sizes just yet, but we do know that they like to shy away from Train, and surprisingly enough, you know, I thought that Train would be very quickly adopted, much like Anubis was when it was first added to the map pool, but it feels like the pros are still trying to figure out the kinks of the map, and I guess it's not really been popularized within the pugging scene just yet, which is where a lot of the trickle-down effect goes from. But yeah, against a team like Chimera, I feel like for GTZ, this isn't going to be an easy affair at all. Chimera have been playing incredibly well in at least the past couple of their games, and the reason I say the past couple of their games is because they had such a big pickup in performance when they played against Sashi and when they played against ESC. And that was essentially the sigh of relief they had after a whole streak of red. They won, I think their record was like 16 losses and like 1 map win at some point. And I was starting to get really worried for them. And with their little recovery, I'm feeling a lot better. And you know what? The eye test looked pretty good, even if their results haven't.
Well, I think we do have to remember that Chimera, they're basically ex-Aurora Young blood, right? With just Shine just thrown in the mix as well. So, of course, they still have, even though they've been in the team for a little bit over a month, they still have all that experience to carry them with it. And yeah, I do agree that it was well, it was quite a long red carpet that they were walking on. But right now, trying to right the wrong, and I think GTZ is a fairly good test for them. Again, I am a little bit curious of how Slacks will fit into the mix, but at the same time, you know, you see it for Chimera, their win rates are not really all that great, and that's exactly because, or rather why it is the case. You were mentioning that long loss streak. I mean, they played Inferno 3 times, they lost every single time. They played Train as well, and they lost that as well. Dust 2 only winning it once. So they're trying to make that a little better, but I'm just thinking, you know, you had a very long losing streak. Even when you start winning again, you're still kind of, or hopefully it doesn't happen to them, but I would assume that you're sometimes doubting yourself in your mind that, okay, we just won those, but we were used to losing. You know, well, we'll see exactly how they fare here. But yeah, they're good players, and it's not really going to be that easy for GTZ to take them on.
Definitely not, right? I feel like this is going to be a pretty much a toss-up. We already watched a 3-map affair in the previous game, and I do feel like we might get the privilege of doing just that again. Of course, we're heading straight into the veto. Nuke, Train, straight up banned out. Both teams hate playing it. They're going to do each other the favor of just taking away the maps that they're both uncomfortable with, or at least we can head into relatively even ground when we're heading into this map pick, into these map picks. Mirage, Inferno, Ancient, all maps that both these teams are comfortable with. Maybe not so much for Inferno for Chimera, because they've tried incorporating that into their lineup, but they haven't really had too many results. But then again, I do feel like their stats have been really tainted by the pool of red that they were swimming in for a very long time. Now that that's been fixed, I feel like we might see a much better reflection of what this team is actually capable of.
Yeah, I think if we look at the sample size, as you were mentioning, I think there's a bigger chance that Chimera could look a lot better on Inferno than GTZ have of looking very good on Mirage, right? Because you look at, they haven't really been playing Mirage all that often, right? They played it 3 times, won against Ecstatic, lost against Sinners in 500. Can't really fault them for losing to 500. They're a very good Mirage team, and they have been, well, they're on a very, very good form at the moment. But then Chimera, maybe they do have some tricks up their sleeve and try and take away that Inferno, although it's not going to be easy. I do like that they find the middle ground of Ancient for the decider, because both teams are fairly comfortable with it and they have a pretty good track record on it, so that should make for an interesting one. And if you just look at the numbers, this screams 2-1, but I'm not 100% sure. You know, I'm used to calling things as they seem, as I'm expecting a 2-1, and usually I'm very wrong with my predictions, so that's probably why I'm doubting it.
Yeah, I'm personally going into this game thinking that this is going to be super competitive. I feel like there have been so many points of weakness for Chimera, and you can probably say the same for GTZ, especially when you see that they're capable of dropping a game against Zero Tenacity right after winning it. So, you know, there's some inconsistency in there. Chimera have been consistently bad up until their recent victories. So, I guess there's something to say about either squad. But, of course, we're going straight into Mirage. GTZ starting off on the CT side, and Chimera on the T.
Straight away, getting themselves towards B apartments. Linko will take first contact, and he's gonna spot someone. Does fall back and get some help from a teammate. There's the push in. Linko finding the first 2 kills. He's looking for some more. Mike used to trade. Oh no, Rafa, that was his chance to shut some more down, but it's Snappy with a double, and Vilby on only 9 HP. Well, there we go. There's a stand-in and the headshot from Slacks. Now, for us, I do have a quick question for you. I kept
Are you about to say, got any grapes?
I keep calling, so I used to call him No Patch, and then Vincent called him No PJ.
No PJ, as he doesn't have pajamas on.
It does make a lot of sense in No Patch, I'm gonna be honest. Is that what you would call him?
Nope. Is what I would call him.
Nope. Yeah, that's even better.
I've just been saying Nopeds, to be honest. If somebody can come up with a better pronunciation, I mean, if he's watching this game back, maybe he can shoot us a Twitter DM.
Yep, that can work as well. Also, the MP9 can work, but not for long.
Oh, wow. What a nice little spray down from Snappy. Beautiful three-piece. And GTZ off to a fantastic start. And if you make the mistake of just looking at their rating, you're like, oh, damn, they're like world rank 100. You would be sorely disappointed to, well, if you're hoping that they don't have a great ranking, you'd be sorely disappointed to realize that their Valve ranking is much better for a reason. They definitely aren't like underdogs or anything coming into this game. I would say that these two teams are somewhat evenly matched in terms of the individuals. I still rate GTZ a little bit better. I feel like if Chimera were in better recent form, I'd be leaning a bit towards them, but I'm excited to get into a hopefully very competitive affair. Weapons have now been brought out for Chimera. Rifles across the board. Uh-oh. Bit risky on Noped's side. He's going to nope out of there. Eventually still found by a headshot by ShineJez, though, and there is some pushback from Rafax, but things are about to heat up now. Especially because of that Molotov and Connector. What a back and forth. It's Chimera. When the dust settles, they're the ones to emerge.
A very coordinated way of getting themselves towards that A site. Another interesting thing is it looks like Chimera, they're actually boot camping at this point. We saw, I think it was the coach as well behind Velby on his webcam, so maybe that's gonna help them a little bit with, you know, team cohesion and all that. Something that they have been looking for, or towards, for a little bit. Linko just trying to stay alive. This MP9, of course, is going to be helpful into the next round, especially as they don't really have a lot of money in the bank, and if they can, you know, not go for an awkward force buy, that's going to be even better. Snappy's down to 350, so I think he's going to have to get himself, you know, the armor and the pistol. Mycuse is very close to Linko here, but they might just miss each other. It comes down to timing. Or even better yet, Linko gets away with a kill and an AK. They did lose the round. That's the bad part. But at least they, you know, they can be happy about that AK. And they could actually buy off of this. Yeah, never mind. It wasn't that bad with all the loss bonus. And it is not looking bad at all for GTZ. Now, if Chimera win this one, then they can get themselves in the lead and force GTZ into an eco. Not allow them to get away with too many at the start of the game. Waiting. Well, if they want to go towards B, Ruff already got himself the op, so...
Yeah, there's plenty of options. Uh-oh.
Oh.
I thought that would do a little bit more damage. I thought that was a lineup, but Snappy's got a really good position here. Vilby's going to be totally surprised by that, and GTZ, they should have a big advantage here. Rafax, though, instant shot with the AWP. Here's the audio cue for player dropping down, and ShineJez has now just confirmed it. This is where you call it the reinforcements, but still, Rafax unable to respond to the quick swing from ShineJez. 1v3, doable, but how probable is it? He's going to sneak all the way into the market door. They're not going to expect this. Wow, he might just be able to line it up. And it's a really good little spray down that can bring him to a 1 versus 1. And he'll have info on the final player as well. That's it. Now it's becoming a bit too obvious for him. And he's got the whole 1v3 panned out in his brain. 2 kills already found. Just one more bullet to thread through a temple. Gonna go for the default plan and instead play the bench, so this might sell the idea that he's still playing from apartments. Timer halfway ticked down. Nopedge knows he's got a lot to do, lots of angles to clear, doesn't catch him on the first crossover. ShineJez being very conservative with the peaks. There it is. That's the info. He's got the advantage. All he's got to do is swing, and that's the 1v3. Chimera. Brilliant shooting from ShineJez.
Crazy 1v3, of course, helped by all that timing, especially with the push into kitchen. It's just very nicely done, and Never expected this to happen. It was actually, never mind, it was a 1v4. We got a kill on the side as well. Just did really well to read right into the situation, and the rotation from short, I get it, but it did get a little obvious at one point. Ooh, Slack starting off the round with 17 HP. It is still a pistol round, so he's not, you know, all that bad, because if we're talking about probability, that's a complicated word. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why I'm even attempting that, but chances are, you know, with the USP, you're not really gonna do a lot of damage. So that's what I was trying to go for. Chimera, I like how slow they are. They're at this point, you might as well try and get a flawless round in so that you can get your economy going, because they just won the previous round, but it was due to that 1v4, and they didn't really get a lot of money out of it. So, especially against the pistols and this early on, you want to build up your economy to just have a cushion to fall back upon. Snappy does get a shot onto blue-white through the smoke, so that's, well, not what Chimera were hoping for, but sometimes it doesn't really work exactly how they wish for it to do. The pistols will try to deal some damage, as much damage as they can, but the round itself shouldn't really be in any danger.
You know, it's really tough for GTZ because they probably came into they came into that third round thinking that it was almost a guarantee, right? A 3v1 being faltered, being botched. And Shine Jez must be over the moon right now. Knows that he's the sole reason why Chimera are finding so much comfort now here on the T side.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I was just thinking, how do you get over that, right? Even if it's the start of the best of 3, you're in a, let's call it a 3v1, because the first kill was a little too quick, and maybe it was the heated moment, but when the dust settles, you know it's a 3v1, and you know you're in pretty good positions to just wait it out, but lining a couple of players up in kitchen, well, it's not the right way to go, and it was all about timing on that last one. Now the weapons do come back out for GTZ. No op. So Zender, maybe he can find some long angles to play from. But look at Snappy. He's getting aggressive, and he's got a chance there, but misses it. Nade deals a little bit of damage, but just some chip here and there, and he's going to back away. Good old A exec, it seems, from the side of Chimera. There's still a couple of players there, and a third in con, so that he can help out fairly quickly. Oh, snare smoke. That's interesting.
Yeah, they're just going to leave themselves exposed to the duel, perhaps because they want to try and isolate that duel, but not exactly paying dividends. Nopedge is eventually going to emerge, but somehow Zender and McHugh still on top. 1 versus 3, Zender a bullet to the side, and that's GTZ getting a third. Finally, we'll see Chimera be stopped in their tracks. I recently found out that you can make people lose their mind if you start lowballing their cars from multiple accounts on Facebook Marketplace. And then you come in with a very unreasonable offer and they'll accept it. Just a quick gamer tip for all of you out there.
Yeah, try and do that with skins as well. Maybe it works.
It just doesn't, because the marketplace is like too quantified, I'd say.
Oh yeah. Well, some real life tips, not only gaming tips that you get here.
Currently lowballing Steam decks. I'll let you know how that one goes.
Oh, that's actually, I'm actually very interested in how that works. Imagine we get a player in a tournament playing from a Steam deck.
He's not going to be very good, I can promise you that.
Probably not. I tried playing CS with a controller once. It was really fun, but I was very bad. Not that I would be very good with a mouse and keyboard either, but
I have a 7-year-old clip that I posted on my Facebook page where I'm playing with a steering wheel and I actually win a clutch.
Wow.
It's fun. It's really good fun. I promise. Not for your teammates, but for you.
It's very fun for Linko right now either. Surely he's not playing with a steering wheel, but he's on 11 HP. Just due to the util being thrown around by Chimera. And they change up the play. Try and get themselves into the A site. Rafa finds the kill onto blue-white with a take 9. Trying to get some space, but denied by the offer. Snappy's in a good position.
Oh,
Swings
no.
out. Ooh, can a blind 3 up. Slack's only good for 1. Can the bomb be planted? He needs actually to be planted. Lenko, he actually dinks Shinejez. Starts shooting blindly through the smoke. Missed chance, but Shinejez, Mycuse, does get a kill onto Rafa. The bomb is planted, but he's on 3 HP. Luckily for him, there's no nade on the side of the
Yeah, I was just about to say, there's no nade, but so little HP means that one stray bullet through a box could be all it takes, and yeah, it doesn't even have to be like that. A headshot, very swift. Nicely done by Linko. And that is GTZ securing themselves a 4th. Now, Chimera's options in the subsequent round are going to be limited. Their money, kind of all over the place. Their best case, their wealthiest player is going to be Mycuse with $3,500. So, I mean, they could still buy around Galils or something of the sort. They know that they can still keep pressuring GTZ because they have actually kept the economy relatively honest. But I want to see what approach they're going to go for. Never mind, actually. I thought GTZ's economy would be a bit more punished. It's pretty loaded from what I can tell. Math was never my strong suit. Or any subject for that matter. I flunked 7th grade.
Wait.
I was homeschooled.
Okay. Well, surely you excelled at English.
I mean, we didn't really have much tests, but my parents really wanted me to have like a full school experience, even though I was getting homeschooled. So my dad would just act as the school bully.
I'm sorry, but... I never really got the idea of homeschooling. Never really understood it. I guess it's not a thing here, but... Because you wouldn't really get... Oh, okay. That was a good nade. You know, we'll leave that to another day, but... It's a good nade to start things off. It's just the pistols right now for Chimera, but... I've seen way too many rounds lately of Deagles just absolutely doming a lot of players, so I'm not counting out Chimera. They do have armor onto Mycuse as well, so maybe if they're able to get a weapon, they can throw it away to him. But to be completely honest, I think most of those rounds have been from the CT side, just because you could catch someone just lurking around, get his weapon, and then focus on whatever the enemy team is pushing. For T's is mostly Tech 9s, and I'm a little surprised that they would rather just go for Deagles instead of a faster Tech 9 play. Those tend to cause a lot of chaos, and during the chaos, anything can happen. I think I'm starting to
that
understand.
shouldn't have happened. But still, resistance is going to be offered. Slacks is still under Palace, so I do believe this round should still be under wraps unless we see something crazy come out from Zender.
That's more out of Linko.
Vilby needs to have perfect trigger discipline play, which... Well, okay, he didn't have the time, so never mind.
I was questioning there for a second. Is this a better outcome of him just surviving? But he had some money because they were ecoing, so it's not a problem. He's actually got himself a full buy with that A4. So there we go. I do want to double check if, you know, I am expecting both teams to be a little better at CT. Interestingly enough, GTZ, in the 3 games they played, they actually did better on T. Although, a couple of them were very one-sided, so I could understand why that might not be all that reliable. Chimera, good presence towards mid. Can they do the out? Snappy does dodge the flashes, but just a little bit of damage. No kill just yet. We'll try to get some more damage done. And this nade opening up the smoke, that's certainly going to be helpful. Blue-white was not spotted. Tries to fire back. Doesn't find a kill. It is ShineJez who actually does it. And Blue-white just keeps taking damage, unfortunately for him.
Been pretty successful off of this position. Oh, Linko actually makes it back just in time as Blue-white's permeating through the smoke, or he loses that duel every day of the week. GTZ, big advantage. 4v3. The only thing they might be lacking on is the fact that they don't instantly have advanced information on B, but their short player is going to communicate. Linko's already there in time. And this is where getting the bomb down is nigh impossible. You've got 3 players ready to clothesline you if you try and stick onto it. ShineJez, though, he spots a backpack, and that might be all he needs. AWP missing a big shot. McHughes and ShineJez, they could still get something done. Throw back to the 1v3 from ShineJez. We just need to see a little bit more of that magic to keep Chimera in winning ways, but their prime juggernaut's already been taken care of. McHughes, head on a swivel, has 3 players to find 1 headshot, but a swift reaction from Nopedge will mean that GTZ continue to march on.
Ever big clothesline for us?
Yeah, about that school bully I was talking about. Man,
it doesn't seem very fun.
I mean, for real though, like, obviously gonna have to clarify that I did in fact go to school for this to make sense. But man, there was an era in my school where everybody was watching like WWE, and because I went to school in Pakistan, right, it was like super unhinged and everybody would be Batista bombing each other. And I actually broke my arm because my brother Batista bombed me onto the wooden edge of a bed. Oh. I broke my arm in 2 places. It was so painful.
Oh god. Well,
speaking of pain,
yeah, it's about to be very painful for Chimera as they're pushing into the site, although MyQ's misses his chance, or gets his chance, then misses. It's a team kill with a nade as well. And no PJ will take down Zender in the end, so they do lose a couple of players, but they will win the round. Now, you're saying people used to... did people stop watching the WWE? Am I the only one that keeps following a very real
I
sport?
feel like sitting down to watch it like on TV is no longer as much of a thing, I guess. Or like watching reruns and like really religiously following like all the magazines and stuff. That's not. I mean, maybe it is, right? I guess I'm too old for it. But I remember there was a time where I'd be like up to date with all the magazines and was like, damn, Batista power bombed this guy or whatever, or like the Undertaker is back again. He was dead like the 14th time. Like that whole era is behind me. Ooh, good shot from Blue-white. So far, so good.
Another nade. Will be expected. Player in jungle is Snappy getting the kill. Zender almost catches the Opera out. Rafa's got the angle now. Flash comes over. Rafa's not fooled, and he's gonna get that kill. Although the bomb is making its way towards B. MyQ's trying to do the same thing. ShineJez already found success 1v4 on this site. Can they do it this time? 2v2. Try and get a 4th round on the board, because, you know, it's not really looking all that great for Chimera here on the TE side. Ooh, the play through top mid. That's smart. Rafa has no idea. Great job by MyQ's. And ShineJez, of course, he's just gonna dome Linko. Chimera do walk away with this round, even though it looked a lot scarier. It seemed like the fact that they left the bomb all the way towards T-spawn was actually the winning call. Because if they had the bomb towards the A site, it was not looking all that great, and the defense was ready.
Not a bad showing from Chimera on that previous round, but still a lot to do, a lot to carve out. And a quick reminder that this is in fact Chimera's map pick, so they've got a lot hinging on this. Especially because that next one, Inferno, isn't exactly one of their favorites, right? Oh, Slacks keeps it honest, 1 for 1. Do they go back to find him in an individual duel, and more importantly, does he stick around to be found here? They go all the way back to T-spawn, and they're lining up for something on A.
Considering he's the only A defender, this is pretty risky. He could get the drop onto Shine, though, and
no way.
Had a big chance there. Just by himself winning that duel and waiting in Palace would have put a lot of pressure onto Chimera.
That would have been as big as having a 2-man advantage. Rafa, first kill found, 3 versus 3, but now they've got to worry about a player in Palace as well. You can't really get past this angle. Oh, Rafa had the perfect timing there to catch the Opper, but a missed shot will allow Linko to be found. MP9 flank, but Vilby's too aware. And with the ball in their court, they're going to try and hunt for Rafa. Instead, he's going to go for it as well. Of course, this is in fact the last round, so he's got nothing to lose, but Zender will be shutting this down. Chimera, a late resurgence, but a resurgence still.
Yeah, it just feels those were the chances in this round. You know, Slacks getting that kill in Palace, or Rafa finding that shot with the op on just the perfect moment as Zender moved from the angle to throw a flash or something. It would have been absolutely perfect. A lot unfortunate for GTZ there, but they'll take a 75. Not the end of the world. Chimera now on the defense, GTZ on the attacking side, and well, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I saw all that, you know, all the information about Slacks, and I was. Oh, and we're back. For a second, I thought my internet was out, but I guess I'm back. Shine Jez with a quick double. It's Linko and Rafa. My Q's with a kill onto Linko. Rafa, he's the only one left alive. 1v4. The defuse is coming in. And nothing he can do. Good headshot. Not a second.
Yeah, at that point, the round was already a foregone conclusion. But yeah, Chimera have very nicely made their way back into the game. They win the pistol. They have a much easier time at the conversion now. And GTZ, they'll be on the less favored side now with even numbers. And that's a fantastic position for Chimera to be in. I feel like it's also a bit of a botched opportunity towards the end where GTZ, you know, in the last couple of rounds, they could have definitely had a better result. But Chimera are doing a good job at providing resilience, or providing resistance, rather. GTZ, I want to see what the game plan is for them. They've purchased around, well, it's a pretty mixed bag of treats. There's Galils in there, there's a MAC-10, Deagle, some util. Not an impossible round, and they might actually be able to be very surprising. Blue White stuck out with the utility, but he's going to be able to switch back to his rifle quickly enough, and it's a bloodbath on A, with only Linko being able to populate the scoreboard in his team's favor. Everything else goes the way of Chimera.
No, I was just talking about Slacks and how he's doing pretty well. I think Blue White is having a very rough time. And I don't think he's doing anything necessarily wrong. I think he's just getting picked up constantly, just GTZ swinging into him. That's what was happening initially when he was on the T side as well. And GTZ, can the pistols get something done here with, you know, some help from some util and all that? Trying to get the jump onto the A defense with 3 players in Palace. Those Tech 9s are surely gonna attempt to deal some damage. Flash over. Zender quickly dealt with. Blue-white does get a trade in, and he's going to get himself a second. There's Mike Hughes with one. Yeah, they're just going to shut them down. Or although there's no BT with one. And on 1 HP. I've seen this round before. And it ends with the 3 weapons usually winning the round. I mean, trying to get some anticipation going, but I'm not really all that trusting. I'm usually the guy, you know, who really advocates for it's not over till it's over, but this one's over.
Does seem like it, unless we see some crispy deagle shots, but don't think Nopej has much of an air fryer at the moment. Yeah. Pretty much just had to walk the plank. Chimera, 8th round. It's starting to look a lot more convincing now. GTZ, though, they can still bounce back. And this is kind of what I expected heading into the game, for it to be a pretty competitive affair. In fact, with how this is being teed up, if Chimera can actually win Mirage, then we're likely to see, we're much more likely to see GTZ win Inferno and take us all the way to Ancient, which again is going to be a very even map. So should be kind of what we expected, because that's what the expectations are set for. GTZ getting ready to pop through A. They've got all their players lined up. Oh, that's just not great shooting. Lots of missed shots, lots of missed opportunities, and it's just going to be Rafa left when all is said and done, and Vilby's going to have his number. Ooh, he slips past a smoke, and that's a big concern, but Blue-White will stifle his efforts.
You know, from what we've seen on the CT side from GTZ, now with this push, it does seem a little lacking. You got a couple of players that are about to peek into Con. First one just gets some damage done, no kill when he gets the drop onto the enemy players. Then you've got players onto the site itself, you know, seeing that CT is clear for now, but obviously rotations are coming through and they're not paying quite that much attention to a swing from CT. Hopefully this tactical pause that they just took is going to help them out. Just because, as you were mentioning, the second map is a lot better for them and a lot worse for their opponents. At least in the past 3 months, that is. Contact play trying to the A site doesn't work. Zender has Linko's number, and that molly into Palace is going to delay them even more. They do have a player that's potentially coming in through under. That's Snappy that could try and surprise, or they could just take the play back to B. And honestly, if you got Tech 9s, I think you want to play into B, although I would understand the try to get through Palace, just because you usually get a couple of close positions of enemies, and then you can just tank them. But let's see if they can overwhelm Shinjez here. Not really. Oh?
We can still be hopeful. It's not over just yet, but Blue-White's position is looking pretty damning. Never mind, he's been dealt with. Mycuse coming in from the side, and he will finally find Nopej, but it did get a tad bit scary for a moment. Chimera, double digits now secured. And although it's only 3 rounds until the finish line, I'm not quite counting out GTZ just yet. Not just based off the score, but I will say I'm a little bit worried. And the reason for that is just that they've looked a little bit lost on the T side. We've not really seen anything. Wait, have we actually seen a singular round? It was a 7-5 finish, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just been Chimera. Okay.
Well, I think this is the make or break point. Even though technically they should have another buy even if they lose this one. It's just... You were mentioning, right? No rounds won. It's already Chimera with 5 in a row. I get there on the CT side, but something has to work against them as well. I really like that setup in Con. They're finding the second, just hiding. Bait and switch setup. Blue, white. Oh, down by Lenko. And they're actually paying attention to this, but Vilby still wins that duel. Gonna back away. Vycuse overwhelmed. Vilby, the fact that he still gets a kill before going down is so important. Good answer back by Snappy, though. And all of a sudden, it's Shine Jez. He was a hero on the clutch on the T side. Can he clutch up on the CT side as well? Timing doesn't really favor him, but he still wins that one against Snappy and starts moving into the B side. But no, Rafa, he is on A, and the bomb will be planted. There's the swing.
Oh!
And the damage. Look at that.
A couple shots through the box could be all it takes. If Shine just goes all the way around, he'll have a big advantage. Instead, he goes all the way through the smoke. This is such a smart play. There's no way you're going to expect him to just full W through it. And Shine Jez, what a way to do it. A 1 versus 2. And this is a round that GTZ desperately needed to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the closest times it gets to GTZ getting around on a T side, but the fact that Shine Jez is able to win this 1v2 is still pretty crazy, and that might be the final nail in the coffin. Again, they got a bomb planted, they have another buy here, but it's just something about, you know, getting to 11, getting to 12 that just inspires fear into the hearts of the opponents, so we won't count them out just yet. Again, it's not over until, you know, we see the ending screen, but they don't really look all that inspiring. Full AKs this time, no AWP for Rafa. It was just some of the unexpected situations, right? Where they push into Con, they don't get a second kill even though they spot him. Oh! And he's been spotted.
Linko doesn't even realize that he's been spotted, right? I think he saw it barely on the edge of the smoke, and Vilby... This is where Linko's just wondering how the hell Vilby's ready for it. He's gonna have to check back the demo to see exactly what happened. Chimera is so far ahead of GTZ at the moment. It's not even close. And surprisingly enough, all of this is happening with Chimera's prime fragger, Blue-White, not even performing to his potential. 5 kills on the man, but Shine Jez is just carrying the hell out of the rest of the team. And also McHughes, by the way, 21, 19 kills. Like, that's solid performance.
A single kill there from GTZ. And with that, it is Chimera on to map point. Look at that. It's only blue on in the second half. Nothing dropped, maybe a couple of close calls, but well, GTZ, something needs to, they are going to need some more, you know, I guess training on their T side, even though again in the games that they played so far, it was actually the T side they got more rounds on than on the CT side. Well, obviously not this time around. Blue-White getting some confidence as well, looking for those fights. He's going to take down Lenko. Snappy does get the killer in turn. Blindly through the smoke. Rafa's there to help out in mid. Will be forced back for a second. His teammate was flashed off of the angle. You do have a player that's coming in through under, and well, there's no PJ towards ramp. Instant trade. It's a 1-for-1, but Zender found Slacks, and Shine Jez eliminates Rafa. It is no PJ in a 1v3 to try and keep his team onto this map. It's shot from the upper. Maybe there's still some hope here.
Unfortunately, he's not ready for the angle, and when all is said and done, Chimera are way far ahead of GTZ in that endeavor. They've proven exactly why this was their map pick. Mirage, super favorable. 13-7 is no scoreline to scoff at. Having almost double the rounds as you close it out. I think it's safe to say that Chimera are back in form. They are back in action, and they are no longer being plagued by some of the issues that led to the streak of red that we previously talked about. GTZ, on the other hand, they've got a lot to do. They've got their own map pick coming up, so I'm quite excited to see whether or not Chimera can still provide some resistance on there.
Well, you know, I am fully expecting them to look a lot better than GTZ have, especially in the second half of Mirage. I mean, Chimera didn't really look all that great in the first half either, right? It looked like GTZ has got this one under wraps and they should be able to just deal the finishing blow in the second half, but no, they were completely missing, and Chimera played really well. They bounced back. I mean, we were talking about Blue White. Don't get me wrong, 9-19 is not a great scoreline, but he was very down. I think he got 2 kills in the first half, something like that. But he was there to, you know, to answer back on the CT side, to get himself some kills and also have some impact. And I think maybe they got a slower start to the best of 3, but now that they're fully focused up, I think Chimera could deal a lot of damage onto that second map, because again, they did play it a lot more than GTZ did Mirage. So even with that experience, it should help, even if for GTZ, technically, it is one of their best maps.
Yeah, I just feel like Chimera's sample size, or like their win percentages, are also just being affected by the fact that they haven't exactly had a great streak recently. But going into Inferno, I expect a lot more from Chimera than what they've shown us in the past. And also, I do expect a much better game from the GTZ. So if there's a match, if there's a couple maps that are going to be really good, it has to be the next 2, because Ancient's still up in the air, and Inferno is something that GTZ are really going to want to fight for. We'll be right back after a short break, and when we're back, we'll be watching map 2. That's Inferno.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. OneXBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We've just seen Chimera best GTZ on their map pick. However, now GTZ have a chance to strike back. How are we feeling about their chances, Pop?
Well, now GTZ, if they have an even better performance than they had in the first half of Mirage, then I can see that happening. If it's the same as the second half, where they were basically completely missing, I don't know what to say about that. And again, just the biggest difference is that Chimera, they are used to playing this map. They did play 9 times in the past 3 months, and you know, there were a lot of losses in there. And their most recent results is actually against Sashi, where they managed to, well, they did lose, but it was 13-11, right? So it wasn't the worst situation in the world. And that was, you know, after they started winning up once again. So I think they will be looking a little better on this map. But I think it's up to GTZ. They need to reset, and they need to have a good start just to get some confidence, just to get that blood flowing.
Well, about to get right into the swing of things. GTZ will see whether or not they can muster up the confidence to secure their own map pick, as Chimera, they're on a very hot hand. And I will say, Pop, Chimera were able to have such a dominant victory without even their star fragger activating. Blue-White was on like 6, maybe 7 kills towards the end of the game. If he got any more than that, I think they weren't really necessary. Not really sure what happened there towards the end, but regardless, it's just such a good showing from them as a unit, even when they're not really popping off. GTZ, they're going to have to fight back against that force. Vilby, 1-for-1 trade. They still need to find a second player in Mini Pit, and Shanges will eventually be caught. A bit disappointed that they don't send the reinforcements earlier to try and help him out, but Chimera now on for the 3 versus 3.
Well, Blue-White will get his chance to redeem himself on this map, and gonna swing alongside Mike Hughes. Blue-White will fall. There's the kill from Mike Hughes, not the quickest. Zender didn't expect no PG to be on the site, and he gets surprised by that. Mike Hughes with another kill, and he's gonna get a reload in. He has to hurry it up. Tries to get the kill through the smoke. Slax is doing a very good job of just surviving. Will go down in the end, but there is not enough time for the defuse, and he will be going down with the ship. Pistol round in the bag for GTZ. And yeah, you were mentioning that's a very important point, the fact that Blue-White was not really all that present in the previous map. And I'm sure that, you know, not the greatest of maps, those do happen, but they will need him to step up right now. Just because of, you know, we're talking about how Chimera, this is not their bread and butter, but surely they can still make a good impression. And GTZ, of course, they're feeling confident about it as it is. Again, one of their best, if not their best map in terms of win rate. 60% win rate. It's tied up with Anubis, but they did play it a little more often, so that's exactly why they will be feeling very confident about it. What is that specific position about? I'm curious. We won't get to see it because of the molly, but it seemed like a pretty strict lineup that they were trying to go for there. Maybe I'm just reading too much into things. Good shot from Zender, though. That's Lax eliminated. Ooh, it was a boost up. Blue-White gets one, but Rafa gets a double with the molly.
GTZ. They've got the plant, they've got the positions. Inferno's meant to be their home turf, so they should feel very confident holding on to this bomb site. And of course, Chimera, they've got no choice but to run for the hills. They know that the next round doesn't really offer any opportunities as far as their economics are considered. So saving these weapons, a much better choice for them. They're actually going to stick around to try and maybe get an AK out of their hands, which is, I think, a pretty good option. Double swing's going to pay dividends. With some assistance from the bomb doing some damage. They wanted to try and get some more, but no. That AK, it's only going to be NT side hands.
Well, now, Chimera, what is different about this one? Laid down banana. Slex will take some damage because of that. This time they are split up. GTZ here not trying to put all their eggs in one basket, but Chimera take a peek down into closed banana, and blue-white will actually be able to take down Rafa. They would have benefited quite a lot from a lot more util. Shine Jez, this kill would be very important, and also just to get away with an AK, but Lenko's just holding on to the angle. Vilby gets the trade. No Wakey just yet can't really risk pushing even further in case there's more opponents on the way. Mike Hughes has the M4 now. Blue-white with the MP9. Oh, Nate is good. It's a lot of damage on the Slacks. Blue-white could get that kill, even though he's low HP, but didn't expect Slacks to be that close. Mike Hughes only good for 1. It will be a 2v2, but we all know the retakes on Inferno are not really all that easy. Especially with not a lot of util. A couple of flashes that have been dropped over to Velby, but that kill from Cinder is very important. AK-83, Snappy takes a swing, but he's gonna fall. And never mind, didn't even need the utility, just because GTZ decided it's time to take some action in the 2v2, and Chimera will be coming out on top.
Big pickup to be finding for Chimera. And this means that they can now head into the rest of the game with their heads held a bit higher, because if GTZ got off to a greater start on their own map pick, I feel like things, the walls would start to feel a bit more suffocating for Chimera. Inferno is a map that can often lean in the favor of the Ts if they can get their pacing right, but there were quite a few moments on the terrorist side where GTZ looked lackluster on Mirage. Don't know how well that carries on over to Inferno. Ouch! You do not want to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, not very pog.
You're in your late 20s. Give it up, man.
No, I can't say that. Come on.
No. Too old.
Well, okay. 5v3.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's something.
Oh, hang on. Blue-white. He's gotten a triple kill through this. All of a sudden, the round is very much possible. Linko's on 7 HP. And Mike Hughes just found the kill. What?
I'm not even sure how Blue-White gets it done. He's already almost matching the frag that he got in the totality of the previous map. Slacks. Oh, he's going to be in for a treat. 2 different angles, 2 different heights. And Blue-White is going to clean house. 4 kills, and you can see he's feeling quite excited about that one. It started off good for GTZ, right? They had that opening kill, but Blue-White, we now get to see it from his perspective. And I still don't know what the hell happened. Just quickly being able to pick them off. Nobody fighting back all the way from, all the way against Library. And now GTZ just down to pistols.
They're not afraid of aggression right now, even though it could cost them, you know, a good chunk of their economy if they lose players here. They're mostly fighting against clocks, so chances are they should still be okay. Already getting that opening kill. I don't know if I really want to fight like that if I'm Vilby with an MP9 to pretty long range duel. I know he's up against clocks, but he for surely can deal a lot more damage. Couple of players right behind that smoke. They heard the reload as well. Good shot from ShineJez. They could be mounting up this push, but GTZ at this point, I think it's still just try and deal as much damage as you can. Oh, and they're being found right now. ShineJez checking the left side, but Zender's got him there quicker. And Chimera with a flawless round. Exactly what a doctor ordered. So I'm honest. Chimera, they are looking very strong in those past couple of rounds, and you know, I did remember Blue White being a very good individual, and you were mentioning how he was pretty absent from the first map. Well, he's not absent from this one at all, and if he keeps up the same level of play throughout this map, GTZ, they're gonna have a very hard time.
Blue White, up close and personal. He's got full control of B now, so he can start asking for those reinforcements to be sent elsewhere. There's a narrow window of opportunity where GTZ can hurry up and start taking control of A, but they've waited a little bit longer, and Shine just deploying that smoke suddenly bought themselves a lot more time. Rotation's coming in. Flashbang is perfect. MP9 does a lot of damage, but Zender needs to get the hell out of there. A no-scope to allow him to do exactly that. Another kill on Slacks. And a 1 versus 2 that is quickly brought to an end by Zender. 4 brilliant kills.
So, what I was thinking about during that play is that, you know, it looked like they were pushing with 2 players. And in my mind, it was, oh, maybe this is not the best of plays. And then a 3rd player joins in, and I'm like, okay, maybe this is a lot better. Then they start swinging, and at first they're not getting kills, but what a play from Zender. So the fact that he gets a couple of kills, but his teammates do go down, and it is so risky for him to take another swing, but he keeps on hanging into the angle, even moving forward, does deny the bomb pickup, does get that kill, and in the end just has the long angle towards short to take down the final player. So far, we've seen a great play from Blue White. Now we see a great play from Zender. I mean, they start popping off individually, and there's no good signs at this point for GTZ. They even took a tactical pause very early on, mind you. They took a very long time to take that first one on the first map. But right now, it is just really worrying that Chimera are hitting every single play. And if that keeps on happening, it is very, very bad news. Blue White, good kill. It's actually
wow.
Kill. Gets a second kill through the smoke
more and more.
And he takes down 4 in the end. Blue White, I know that was against pistols, but just being so precise and taking down every single player that swings to that smoke, that is absolutely great.
He's just overcompensating for the previous game, okay? He's way ahead of his previous performance. Going 10-3 at the moment, and you know what? Everybody's likes to bag on eco kills and be like, oh, that was just against pistols, but we see so many rounds be lost to pistols. We see so many Tech 9 pop-offs that I am very thankful when I have someone on my team who can consistently find brilliance against pistols. You've got almost an insurance policy against those sneaky little plays.
Look at this. I mean, they got all the confidence in the world. Walking up, GTZ. Don't want to go through that smoke. You don't know what's on the other side. A big change up between blue-white and... I think that's Shinja getting over. Oh, it's actually VLB. But Mycuse is also here. They got a molly to delay the push. A flash as well to enable Mycuse's peek. Oh, he spotted the enemy. So precise.
Oh, so good. There's just flashes upon flashes. It's so hard to actually fight back here. You still need to deal with the player in the back of the bomb site, and Mycuse puts down slacks. And quickly, the round's done and dusted. GTZ, they've got just their AWP remaining here. And even he's going to have to watch out. With 10 seconds to go, they're slowly going to start narrowing down on his position. And they might even wait for time before they crunch down. Running out of time now. There's the final push. He's got to be careful. Does he stay alive? Yes, he does. Okay.
Fourth kill that came through. I think it was Mycuse's second. He was just hiding in new box, and just because GTZ didn't really have either the confidence or the combination of util to comfortably push into the site, they waited a little too long, and blue-white managed to come back, flash high over, and enable Mycuse to peek out once again and be safe and get that kill and secure the round. Just it all comes down to, you know, Chimera having a very dominant presence so far, and GTZ, if it wouldn't have been a 6-2, if it would have been a 4-4, then maybe they would have been a lot more confident in pushing into the site, and they could have overwhelmed Mycuse a lot quicker. But just because they were losing members left and right, and, you know, a lot of util was coming in, they hesitated, and that just ended the round for them as well. So now it's pistols with that saved op for Rafa, but it doesn't really get any easier. I mean, sure, the op can deal a lot of damage, but on the other side, there's M4s and AKs and an op of themselves as well. And Zender, he's not looking to be too aggressive. I really like this, to the fact that Chimera are in such a strong position, but they're not actively looking for fights on the CT side. They're not playing mindlessly. It's still very smart how they do it.
Holding the angle. The AWP is surrounded by a swarm of Tech 9s. The Tech 9 offers itself as a sacrifice for Linko to then pick up Vilby. It's not even the AWP that makes the first approach. Shinjez sees Linko's elbow, or perhaps a pixel of a Tech 9. And they realize that GTZ have in fact decided on A as their final destination. Rotation starting to come in. The picked up weapon being put to use, but not quite finding anything. With 40 seconds, there's the opener. And now they can start to convert.
Oh, Zender. I think he might be able to spot the barrel if he swings a little extra. No, he cannot. But a good kill, nonetheless. Couple of players in apartments are going to try and jump out. Oh, Shinjez, that would have been so important for him to get the double kill. Though Zender does answer back. And it's Zender with a triple kill. Securing right now his 12th kill so far in this game. And this is a very big... I know I keep mentioning the problems for GTZ, but it's to put Chimera in a better light especially. They've got two players that GTZ need to be careful of. Blue-White and Zender. And the bad thing is, they're on different sides of the map. You go A, you're going to meet Zender. You go B, you're going to meet Blue-White. How do you get through that?
And all that after being conditioned to Blue-White's lack of a performance in the previous map. Now he's suddenly a force. Like, that's got to be confusing to deal with. Double nades. Lenko tagged him quite severely. Within one-shot territory of the M4A1S.
Oh, Snappy.
And Chimera just wanting to put their foot down even further, taking control of Banana. Snappy has one opportunity to try and catch one in the back, and he misses it by a few milliseconds. GTZ are looking lost.
Yeah. Not great at all. Another swap of players between A and B site. Smoke for long coming in from GTZ. There's a flash as well to try and... Oh, that's actually a smoke for Moto. Try and get themselves into the site. Player in Minipit. Put a player on the site. Zender. Great shot. That's going to take away a lot of attention. That's actually going to mean that it's up near apartments, and Velpy will be able to take down Snappy in the end. I mean, they get into the site and they get rid of Zender and Shinejez, but the third player is still there, and he was very safe. I mean, just a half a second quicker, and Shinejez does not go down, so it's just, you can't really put those rounds, you can't really call them, you know, rounds that keep getting closer and closer, right? Because when a team keeps losing rounds in a row, at one point you start to understand, okay, they're not losing as bad. I'm sure at one point they will get some rounds on their board. It's not really happening for GTZ. It's just Chimera here. They keep shutting them down time after time, and it's not looking viable for GTZ. That's what they need to figure out. How can they fix that? And, well, look at this. I mean, Chimera, they get aggressive. They're not punished because of it. Blue-White, he just barreled down Banana, and he's about to take down, well, at least one player.
Oh,
that's Rafa, and that is bombed down.
Everything's all over the place. There's so little that is redeeming about GTZ's T side that it's hardly worth mentioning. Not a single player has broken past the double digits point. And the streak that we became familiarized with towards the end of the first map has suddenly resurfaced, and Chimera are doing it again.
This is supposed to be their stronger side for GTZ. This is the side they usually do better on. Their latest result yesterday was a 13-2 loss against Zero Dynasty. I don't think you want that to happen again to you.
Well, they're set up for it. GTC now quickly pivoting into a much more loose style where they're allowing their players to just try and negotiate the extremities. Blue-White has been so difficult to deal with. And again, I say his name and he pops up. Say his name 3 times in the mirror and he's standing right behind you.
I don't know if I want that. Does it work for anyone?
No, it doesn't.
I want to see her name 3 times in the mirror.
Oh. I'll get a return ticket. Actually, a one-way. Just for you.
Okay.
Speaking of one-way tickets, this is so far looking like a one-way ticket to the 2-2 bracket for GTZ and for Chimera, one that leads to the playoffs.
They got a player sneaking around. Oh, Shine just spotted him. But no BJ gets that kill. Now Velby, he might have been spotted by the upper. Yeah, Rafa misses the chance. Oh my, Velby, he can fire back now. Velby, he's not going to be the one to get the last kill. It's going to be Mike Hughes. And it is a 10-2 first half for Chimera. Absolutely insane plays from them. And I know Mike Hughes has also been doing pretty good. I think Velby and Shine just didn't really get a lot of chances to shine. And if they would have, I think they would have popped up a lot more. But it was mostly, you know, Blue-White and Zender. Just absolutely crazy stuff from both of them. And Chimera right now, a piss around the way from potentially securing map or series point, I guess. Being down this much and not even, you know, not being able to plant a bomb, get some extra money, you know, have some kind of a way to have a better force up is really rough.
GTZ off to a rough start. Big responsibility for Linko to shoulder if they do decide to convert on middle. Oh no, they go all the way back to punish anybody that might have pushed from B. There's the bait and switch setup. Are they going to check the right side? No, they don't, and Slacks will take full advantage of it. GTZ with a third round. And although it's not much to write home about, at least it's a bit of a launch pad that they can use to propel themselves into the rest of the game. Weapons being brought out. Any sort of comfort has been a luxury, a rarity for GTZ to come to terms with. And it's a lovely little bait and switch setup. And it's really hard to predict considering the fact that they already killed one on the flank. And then they're fighting a second player on the back of the car. So they're not going to expect a third one to be tucked in.
I'm just thinking that, you already find a player down into deep banana. No, please, please, yes, it is. No, that's not right. Thank God. I don't want to hear it again. I heard it once and it was stuck in my head for a week. Please, never again.
That just means you'll be a great parent.
Or a shark.
Or both. A shark parent.
I don't think that works. I don't have enough space to have a baby
shark mistress at home.
Yeah, no. I would have to build a pretty big tank and give myself a shark, and I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
Well,
potentially.
Probably. Do not let this man near sharks. Chimera. They've picked up a weapon. This can actually still be a round that's converted. MP9 is going to be a thorn in their side, and much more than a thorn. It's going to be their downfall. Yeah, this is actually a possible bomb plan. All he's got to do is tuck himself in the corner and just hold mouse 1. This completely changes their economic status. Chance at a kill, but no cigar. It's a long road to the top, and it's a tough one at that.
Yeah, especially with that bomb plan, it's extra money for Chimera. Thereby should be, they should have plenty of util to try and take on GTC. This is kind of the first real big test. This round did work out, but you're going to need a very long streak of rounds here to shut down Chimera. And we've seen Blue-White, most of his kills, they were from an aggressive setting, right? He was getting aggressive in Banana, he rotated over to the A site and to try and help out. A fast A play is the way to go, and look at that, it's just simple as that. I mean, what's the call at the start of the round? Rush down mid into A? That's what it looked like. Drop a smoke too long, a couple of flashes, and yeah.
It's the good old blue-white go fight strategy.
Yeah.
Seven kills to only having seven kills in a whole map to only having 7 deaths with 15 kills in the second one is diabolical.
Yeah, also the bounce back of him is crazy. If I play a game and I get like 4 kills.
It's pretty ridiculous. I saw one of Sejot's games where he had like 7 or 8 kills in the first map and maybe like 9 kills in the second. And then his third map performance was 37 kills.
I was thinking 35, but yeah, that's I don't know. Yeah, honestly,
it's called the overcompensator.
I have no idea how they do it. Like if I play a bad game, I just feel bad the whole day.
Not the type of issue we should be airing out on broadcast, and instead should be discussed with a licensed professional in a private setting.
Probably, yeah.
I feel like themes of sadness related to the game might be seeping through from real life.
Oh! Really great combo.
The 1-2.
They did take down blue-white.
Yeah, that's the big white, if anything.
The problem is, he's not the only one with 15 kills or more. Closing in, a single player defending the B side. It's Slacks with an MP9. He goes down without much of a fight. Round's over. And even with the fight, it might be still round over. I wouldn't call that much of a fight. But he does deal a good amount of damage to my Qs. Nate is not close enough. Also kind of missed.
He just spitballed it. Hoped for the best.
Yep, a save.
And GTZ want to leave the door open for a last hurrah, so they will in fact be saving their weapons. Unfortunately, if things end this way, they won't have enough rounds across 2 maps to have 1 map victory. They had only 7 rounds in the previous one, and only 4 so far here. That only comes up to about 11.
Oh, aren't you even gonna save? The answer is basically no. No PJ getting that MP9 into the next round, but an MP9 is not the strongest of weapons. 12 to 4 and 8 chances for Chimera to close out this best of 3 in a 2-0 fashion. What a display of force here on Inferno. Absolutely crazy from them. They just have been looking so good. I think another thing that we do have to remember is that GTZ, if it ends like this and you lose here, you're not eliminated. You still have another chance. But Chimera, they'll be very happy to secure their spot into the playoffs. Oh, blue-white. Getting kill after kill after kill. Will not find something through the smoke, but they start running back. They start going towards the A site, and they've got Rafa in the corner with an MP9. Linko very much close to him. Single molly could flush them out, but Zender is the only one that has a molly, and they're just contact playing it. Oh, Vilby, he's just locked in onto the corner. And he's not going to be the one to peek the other corner. It's actually going to be my Qs. Look at that. They're so focused into every single possibility. And it's all up to Slacks, the stand-in for GTZ, to try and save the day, to keep his team into this map with a 1v3 retake of the A site.
Unlikely and unfortunate. Just gonna throw himself at it. That's one. Not out of the question anymore. And the fact that he might be able to pick up another weapon could suddenly bolster his chances, but the time's already halfway ticked down. Flashbang to go through. He's looking for a head, but they are playing this to near perfection. Oh, does he spot a pixel? Does he spot the head? That's info. Slacks gets 1. He can still delay this. Quick tap, but no, Shinejez has something else to say about it. Brilliant stuff coming out from the side of Chimera, and although they, in recent times, they didn't exactly set themselves a high standard, their little comeback, their resurgence, it has all culminated into a playoffs qualification right here in Compass Winter 2025. And also in a very convincing fashion. 13-7, 13-4. Those are 2 big victories to be having under your belt. And what a way to restore confidence, Pop.
No, for sure, and I think we do have to remember, again, Chimera in the first half of Mirage, it wasn't really looking all that great, right? It looked like GTZ will get away with even potentially 9-3. It didn't happen. It ended up as 7-5, but when they got to the CT side, I mean, man, after they finished up the first half of the first map, they got the CT side Mirage, and up until they finished up the best of 3, they only conceded 4 rounds in total. Just absolutely crazy stuff from them. And even doing it on the first map without really blue-white showing up like that, and then he shows up on the second map alongside YQs, alongside Zender, and that's what happens when they all show up. It ends up as a very one-sided winner for them. So Chimera just very dominant, and you know, they did qualify for the playoffs with this win, and whoever they're gonna meet there, that's they're not gonna have an easy time against them.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't wait to hear from Chimera, because I would love to sort of get some insight into how they've been playing recently. I do believe we're going to have Vilby joining us in just a moment. There we go. Vilby.
Hello, guys.
Back to the
Hello,
broadcast.
everyone. Thank you, thank you.
Hello, hello. Are you feeling good about the playoffs qualification?
Yeah, it's nice for us. More games and better stages. That's how we do it.
Well, that's awesome to hear.
Well, I'm just going to start off with, you know, looking towards the first map. You guys did manage to win fairly easily on the second half, but what happened during the first half? Did you guys were just getting accustomed to how GTZ are playing, or what was going on?
It was like it was taking too much time to do some moves, to take decisions, and that wasn't right. And they kinda played anti-strat a bit. I mean, they blocked our execute, they blocked our splits, and it was a bit hard. But after Shine clutches, I said that we will win anyway. The Shine did clutch that that unbelievable to see. I mean.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you guys are looking pretty fired up. But I do want to ask, you know, before your recent victories, and like, for example, before your victory against Sashi, you know, your victory today, you guys had a really bad slump, right? So do you think you finally pulled out of that? Do you think the confidence is back?
Yeah, I think confidence is 100% back. Maybe we still have to train a lot. We still have to communicate more, better, still to work with each other. But of course, in terms of bootcamp, it's awesome to see how we play better than previous week.
Come on, no flex this time? Like, last time there was a kiss on the logo and the flex behind you.
I can do myself.
There needs to be more.
I can do myself.
Yes, there we go. But you know what you guys have done? You guys have done a fantastic job. Really happy to see the progression. I'm not going to keep you here any longer. I know you guys have to practice for the playoffs, but I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for being on the broadcast.
Thank you. See ya, guys. See ya.
Well, big congrats. I mean, that was a very, very solid performance. And Chimera, again, as I was saying, whoever they're going to get drafted against in the playoffs, they're not going to have an easy time against a team like this. I mean, you know, it is MyQ's that actually ends up with most of the kills. But if it wasn't, you know, everyone else that also did their part, I'm sure we could be looking for a third map. Well, not this time. They just completely destroyed GTZ, especially on the second map.
Oh yeah, it just felt unplayable for GTZ with how good Chimera were, and it's almost a bit misleading to see how many kills Blue-White has, because it looks like he's close to the bottom of the scoreboard, but if you actually dial it back, if you actually watch the games, you will realize that he had 7 kills in one map and then 20 in the next. So I think he's compensated well and enough, and he was one of the biggest reasons why they pretty much had no friction going into Inferno. So yeah, we've had a pretty eventful day of CS, haven't we, Pop?
No, yeah, for sure. And you know, I'm a little sad that it has to come to an end, but all good things do come to an end at one point. But we got some more Counter-Strike coming up. Oh yeah, on Wednesday. That's tomorrow.
Yep, we have more games tomorrow, and of course, since Compass goes on from Monday till Thursday, we also have the round 5 games on the 6th of March, which is Thursdays. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been a fantastic day of CS, and we can't wait to bring you more action. Tune in next time.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!